All right, come closer. Tonight, we take a slow, strange walk through the moonlit corridors of medieval beauty. You're not alone. You've simply woken up in the 14th century. Your breath fogs gently in the candlelit air, and someone is whispering that you're not nearly pale enough. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your current location and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where and when you're tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. See that mirror? Don't trust it. Your reflection lies, and it looks healthy, which, in this era, is a cosmetic crisis. Beauty isn't about vitality. It's about proving that you haven't seen the sun since Lent. Your skin should shimmer like candle wax. And if your cheeks glow, you're either pregnant or working outdoors. And neither will do. You reach for the powder. It's chalky, bone white, slightly metallic. That's lead. White lead carbonate, to be precise. You dab it across your face, ignoring the sting. A noblewoman once said, "Pain is the price of elegance," though she probably didn't say it with a full set of teeth. The substance seeps into your pores, tightening your skin with a ghostly sheen. You look delicate now, fragile, practically half dead. Perfect. Historians still argue whether medieval women fully understood the risks of applying lead. Some believe they did, just not enough to care. Because in courtly life, beauty was power, and power was always worth a little risk, or at least worth outliving the other ladies at the feast. The weird part is that men wore it too, sometimes, especially if they were close to court or liked to outshine the competition. Imagine a room full of glowing corpses politely sipping spiced wine. If that doesn't lull you to sleep, I don't know what will. The lead powder came in small, decorative pots, sometimes carved from ivory or sealed in pewter. You apply it slowly, layer by layer. The goal isn't to resemble a person, exactly. The goal is to resemble an illuminated manuscript, flat, divine, and unreal. A painted saint, an ideal, something worth sonnets. But let's not stop there. You want that powder to stick? So you reach for a little egg white? Yes, actual egg. Whipped lightly, brushed gently. Your face tightens like old parchment. If you smile, it might crack, which is why you don't smile. You simply blink slowly and look faint. That's elegance. A fringe practice, rumored in the halls of French nobility, involved soaking linen cloths in vinegar and pearl dust, then resting them on the cheeks overnight. You'd wake up bright, cool, and mysteriously rich smelling. Pearls weren't just jewelry, they were skin care. In a pinch, if you couldn't afford crushed gems, you could substitute ground oyster shells, or chalk, or bone ash. If it was white and stayed on your face, it qualified. There's a lingering question among scholars. Did the obsession with pale skin begin purely from aesthetics? Or was it deeply political? To be pale meant you were rich enough to never labor outdoors. You didn't till, you didn't fetch. You didn't even walk without someone clearing the mud first. Your complexion was a resume, and every shade closer to ivory meant you had better odds of marrying up or surviving the plague with style. And don't forget the lips. You'd touch them last, lightly, a soft rose tint from cochineal, a pigment derived from crushed bugs. Some noble women whispered that beetroot was safer. Others said beetroot was for peasants. The real elite liked their colors strong, expensive, and vaguely poisonous. That's just good taste. Of course, your skin begins to feel odd after a while. Not painful. Exactly. Just tight. Your pores seem to whisper. You ignore them. Everyone else is glowing too. What's one more flake of lead between friends? Later, much later, you'll sit by the hearth and stare into your reflection in a polished copper tray. Your face will be pale and perfect, and just a little bit hollow. But in the Middle Ages, that's not decay. That's the look. So, before you drift into dreams of honeyed rosewater and pearled bathhouses, remember, in the medieval world, looking like death wasn't a flaw. It was fashion. Your face, now powdered to eerie perfection, might pass for porcelain in a poorly lit chapel. But wait, there's one more thing. Your cheeks may be pale, but your chest still tells the truth. You catch a glimpse of your neckline, and the illusion shatters. Color, warmth, blood. Absolutely unacceptable. So you sit quietly at your vanity, if you're lucky enough to own one, and begin painting your veins. Yes, painting. Not to hide them, but to show them off. Blue pigment, typically made from azurite or, if you're a little more decadent, powdered lapis lazuli, is mixed with a binding agent, usually egg white or gum arabic. You take a fine brush, perhaps made from squirrel hair, and begin drawing delicate little rivers beneath your skin. The goal? To simulate such fragile, translucent skin that the mere sight of you causes a man to worry you might faint before dessert. The chest and forearms are the usual canvas. Necklines dip just low enough to frame this masterpiece. The veins curve gracefully, just peeking from beneath linen. Are they real? Are they art? The answer is yes. Historians still argue whether this practice was widespread or largely ceremonial. But court records and surviving cosmetics manuals suggest it was more than just a phase. It was a trend, a performance, a sign that you didn't just have noble blood. You had visible proof of it. There's a kind of performance to this beauty. Your body is a manuscript, and veins are calligraphy. And in the silent codes of courtly life, everyone knows how to read. But the pigments don't always cooperate. Sometimes the blue fades to green. Sometimes it cakes or smears. One enterprising noblewoman in Milan reportedly stored her pigment in cool stone jars overnight to keep the hue crisp. You'd think they were preserving cheese, not creating necklines. Of course, if you happen to bruise easily. Bonus. Real discoloration? Even more proof of your fragility. Some women would gently pinch the skin around the clavicle or wrist to create soft purple marks, like natural illustrations of their delicacy. And let's not forget perfume. You dab a little behind the ear, near your newly painted vein. Not too strong, just enough to suggest that you own a garden and a personal distiller. A mixture of rosewater, ground clove, orris root, and sometimes even cinnamon oil. Not to smell nice, to smell cultivated. The whole effect is ghostly, ethereal, slightly otherworldly. You're not just pale now, you're luminous. People glance twice and lower their gaze. Mission accomplished. Now, a passing thought. If you're wondering whether men ever painted their veins, there's evidence that some did, especially those close to the royal court. but they kept it subtle. A hint along the wrist, a suggestion under the collar, just enough to whisper, "Yes, I'm delicate too, and I bleed beautiful." There's something almost theatrical about it. You're not just being beautiful, you're playing beautiful. Each day begins with wardrobe and makeup. Each afternoon is a performance. Not in the dramatic sense, though the gowns do rustle quite impressively, but in the quiet, disciplined way of someone who knows exactly which role they're meant to play. And when you glide through the great hall, passing under wooden beams and tapestries older than memory, you do not sweat. You do not speak loudly. You do not run. Your skin gleams. Your veins shimmer faintly blue. You look like a fresco stepped off the wall. Just don't let the paint flake. You might be wondering how long this takes. The answer is, as long as it needs to. There's no rushing refinement. A noble woman of high status might spend the better part of a morning preparing her face, hair, and visible skin. And for those of lesser means, imitation becomes an art. Some use chalk instead of pearl, blueberries instead of lapis. It's less about materials and more about intent, aspiration. After all, is its own kind of elegance. Tonight, as the candles burn lower and your face cools beneath its layers, you realize something. Beauty here isn't about attraction. It's about declaration. You are announcing to the world, without speaking, that you belong to a class that is unbothered, untouchable, and just barely corporeal. Now lie back, careful not to smudge anything. And remember, when your skin looks like paper and your veins like painted threads, you are not just admired. You are understood. The powder is set. The veins are drawn. You're practically a canvas at this point, but something still looks wrong. Or rather, something looks too real. It's your eyebrows. They're still there. Two furry interruptions perched over your carefully blank expression. How rude. You reach for the tweezers. Bronze, or iron if you're rich. Bone, or carved wood if you're crafty. And begin plucking. One by one. Each hair is removed with the slow precision of someone avoiding confession. The goal is not to shape your brows. It's to erase them entirely. Eyebrows, you see, are medieval clutter. They interrupt the elegant dome of your forehead, the soft curve of nothingness from crown to brow. A clear forehead suggests clarity of mind, refinement of spirit, and a deep, abiding disinterest in manual labor or thoughts too complex. Historians still debate whether this trend began in England, France, or was just a case of pan-European follicle fatigue. But by the 14th century, the high forehead had become a serious aesthetic goal. And if you're thinking, can't I just brush them up? No, you cannot. You must remove them. Utterly. Some women, not content with the tweezers alone, turn to more aggressive methods. Pumice stones rubbed gently, or not so gently, against the brow bone. Hot cloths soaked in quicklime. Or vinegar-laced depilatory creams that stung just enough to feel like they were definitely working. One recipe includes a paste of cat dung and leeches boiled in vinegar. Don't ask who discovered it worked. Someone desperate. Clearly. You press the cloth to your face. It tingles. It burns. That's probably normal. If the smell is too much, you add rose water. You tell yourself this is worth it. And when the brows finally disappear, when the redness subsides and the skin looks smooth and slightly angry. You breathe. You've arrived. But the job isn't done. You must also raise your hairline. Yes, further. Because in this world, a tall, clear forehead is the architectural centerpiece of your beauty. Think cathedral dome. Think manuscript margin. Think, my thoughts are too pure for eyebrows. So you begin plucking the baby hairs at the top of your forehead. A few millimeters today, a little more tomorrow. Over weeks, months, the hairline inches back like a receding tide. Women competed, silently, of course, to see who could reveal the largest gleaming expanse of skin between brows and bangs. Some reportedly shaved their entire front scalp. In portraits, the effect is uncanny. The faces seem to start somewhere, around the crown of the head. The brows, gone. The eyes, wide and pious. You could mistake them for statues, if statues wore hennons. Speaking of hennons, the tall conical hats that tilt like elegant towers, those were not just for decoration. They framed the forehead. They announced it. Sometimes, veils would cascade from the peak, drawing the eye upward and away from the now vanished eyebrows. Think of it as medieval vertical marketing. Of course, not everyone could commit fully. Some women cheated. They'd cover their real hair with a padded headband or tight wimple, then draw a fake hairline slightly higher with chalk or ash. Brow bones were sometimes dusted lightly to hide the stubble of returning hair. It was a daily war against regrowth, fought with quiet desperation and a complete lack of tweezing tutorials. There's some disagreement among scholars about how long this trend lasted. Some claim it faded by the Renaissance. Others believe it morphed into new obsessions, like heart-shaped hairlines or powdered wigs. But the high forehead had a solid run. It left its mark, or rather, erased its mark, for generations. What's striking, though, is how quiet this all is. There are no bold statements, no heavy cosmetics, no flashy colors, just a series of calculated absences. No tan, no cheeks, no eyebrows, no hairline. The goal is not to add beauty. It's to subtract humanity, piece by gentle piece, until you resemble the idea of a woman more than the reality. And it works. You glide through the castle halls like a shadow made of lace. No one questions your piety. No one doubts your breeding. No one suspects you have a single thought behind those absent brows and endless forehead. You are safe. You are seen. And above all, you are silently, meticulously beautiful. So close your eyes. Rest your freshly plucked temples against the pillow. Just don't forget which side you laid on. The lime might still be working. You lie there, forehead gleaming like the polished surface of a holy relic, skin tight from egg whites and cheeks faintly flushed from either rouge or residual discomfort. There's no telling anymore. And now we arrive at what might be the strangest frontier of all, your hairline. Yes, again. Because the eyebrows were merely the prologue. The real architectural marvel of the medieval face was the towering, uninterrupted canvas that stretched from the bridge of your nose to somewhere just before your scalp. A grand forehead wasn't just a preference, it was a virtue. So you keep plucking, maybe a few strands along the temple, a small retreat near the widow's peak. The goal is slow, controlled expansion. Some women shaved the front inch of their hairline. Others used wax to rip out the roots. The truly committed, They applied warm vinegar mixed with burnt almond shells to weaken the follicles over time. It worked, eventually. So did patience and peer pressure. Historians still argue whether this trend was universal or largely reserved for the nobility. But artistic records show a clear pattern. The more important the woman, the higher her forehead. Illuminated manuscripts and oil paintings don't lie. They just idealize. But there's a funny paradox here. While men of status emphasized hair, flowing locks, curled tendrils, and the occasional nightly wave, noble women seemed to reduce theirs strategically. This wasn't about beauty in the modern sense. It was about symbol. The less practical your appearance, the more elevated your station. The forehead came to represent purity, intellect, and divine alignment. The church, while occasionally side-eyeing the lengths women went to enhance their appearance, generally stayed quiet about this one. A high forehead looked saintly, after all. And if you could see daylight between your brows and your hairline, well, perhaps you were closer to heaven than the rest. To help maintain the look, you wear headbands, coifs, or stiffened linen veils that push the hairline back even further. Some hats, like the escoffion, think donut-shaped pillow for the skull, hid most of the head entirely, leaving only a serene, polished face peeking out like a portrait come to life. And then there's the hennin, that tall, conical headdress that seems designed for navigating door frames with precision. It wasn't just dramatic flair. It extended the silhouette vertically, making your already impressive forehead appear even longer. It was like framing a painting inside a spire. The hennin often included a sheer veil that cascaded from the tip and trailed behind you like mist. The veil hid any remaining hairline sins, but it also fluttered gently as you walked. Less a practical garment, more a personal stage curtain. The upkeep of this whole forehead-centric ensemble was not trivial. Your hair had to be braided or wrapped tightly to fit under the headgear. Some women shaved their temples completely to avoid any rebellious strands escaping. Head lice were a known occupational hazard of elegance. One noblewoman in Burgundy, according to whispers in courtly letters, allegedly trained her ladies-in-waiting to spot and pluck any stray hairs that dared peek through her wimple. A literal hair patrol. That's dedication. Of course, there were risks. Overzealous plucking could lead to scarring. Lime mixtures could cause burns. There's even one recorded case of a woman fainting during a forehead waxing. Though whether from pain or fasting, the records don't say. And yet, no one stopped. Because the high forehead wasn't just about looks. It told a story. It whispered, I have the time, resources, and social standing to maintain a face this smooth and inconvenient. It said, I am untouchable, because nothing about me suggests toil or trouble. You run your fingers gently along your scalp. The skin is taut, the hairline clean. When you tilt your head toward the hearth, the light skims your brow like moonlight over marble. You've done it. You are a vision of the ideal, untouched, unknowable, and forehead first. So you pull the covers up to your chin, careful not to smudge your browless masterpiece on the linens. Outside, the wind howls softly through the stone courtyard. Inside, your beauty routine lingers like incense, equal parts ritual and performance, equal parts ache and aspiration. Sleep now, you elegant dome of wisdom. The plucking resumes at dawn. You wake up, stiff-necked, forehead intact, and ready for another round of alchemy disguised as skincare. Today's mission? Achieve radiant, moon-blessed skin using ingredients your modern self would hesitate to put anywhere near your mouth, much less your face. But in the Middle Ages, you trust the local apothecary, your kitchen table, and occasionally your pigeon coop. The recipe begins with a cloth, linen, ideally, that you soak in vinegar overnight. This is your base. Vinegar, after all, is seen as a cleanser, a brightener, a kind of medieval toner. It's also sharp enough to make your skin sting just a little, which means it must be working. You lay the cloth gently across your cheeks and wait. The burn is mild but persistent. You think of it as a cleansing fire. Historians still argue whether this kind of skin bleaching was reserved for the elite or also used by merchant-class women trying to climb the beauty ladder. But records from across Europe confirm that pale skin wasn't just a fashion, it was an obsession. Once the vinegar has done its part, you move to phase 2, embellishment. You crush pearls, yes, actual pearls, into fine powder. The finer, the better. Add a little egg white, beat it into a paste, and smear that gently across your face. It tightens as it dries. That's part of the appeal. The result? A luminous, almost glossy surface, like a porcelain doll trying very hard to breathe. You've probably already realized that this is not a quick morning routine. This is a ritual. It's half beauty prep, half test of endurance. The egg dries, the pearl dust settles. You blink carefully, trying not to crack. Pearls, by the way, are not cheap, which is exactly the point. Even if you only crush one small freshwater pearl, perhaps gifted from a distant cousin or pried from the jewelry box when no one's looking, it still whispers to the world, I can afford to wear treasure on my face. Not everyone had access to pearls, of course. Some substituted with chalk, flour, or ground alabaster. These versions didn't shimmer the same way, but they were matte, and matte was still money adjacent. In some households, women added crushed bone or finely sifted ash. The texture mattered more than the origin. There's also a fringe recipe circulating in noble circles, pigeon droppings. Yes, really. Supposedly, they have whitening properties when mixed with rose water and applied thinly to the skin. No one talks about the smell, of course, but the results are rumored to be divine. A bishop's niece once claimed it left her cheeks as pale as a consecrated wafer. You can't argue with ecclesiastical endorsements. Another method? Bread soaked in milk, patted gently onto the skin until it dissolves like a soggy blessing. It doesn't bleach so much as soften, ideal for skin that's been a little too vinegar forward lately. Of course, these concoctions don't keep, each must be freshly made. There's no refrigeration, no shelf-stable skincare. You mix them in small ceramic bowls, often in the same place you prepare breakfast. The line between beauty and breakfast is blurry in the medieval world. Let's pause for a moment and consider what this all smells like. Egg whites, vinegar, ground oyster shell, maybe a hint of rose water if you're feeling fancy. The final effect is somewhere between sourdough starter and garden compost with ambition. But you don't complain, because beauty is sacrifice. You've heard that somewhere. Maybe from the woman next door, whose eyebrows still haven't grown back. Maybe from your mother. who once rubbed mashed strawberries into her cheeks until the bees noticed. And it's not just for you, it's for the world. When you step outside, your face glowing faintly with pearl shimmer and vinegar pride, people notice. They might not say anything, but they see it. The skin, the effort, the message. And if anyone asks, you smile faintly and say you just woke up like this. Tonight, as you prepare your little porcelain bowls again, crushing whatever small treasure you can justify sacrificing in the name of radiance. Remember, in the Middle Ages, beauty wasn't just a choice. It was a responsibility. Now breathe softly. Feel the cool of pearl against skin, and dream of powdered faces and faint candlelight. You'll glow until morning. By now, you're radiant, a shimmering veil of lead, pearl, vinegar, and maybe just a whisper of pigeon excrement clings to your face like the finest fabric. But no ensemble is complete without the perfect frame. So, today, you reach for your hat. Not just any hat. The hat. It's tall. It's conical. It's the hennin. This isn't a cap you toss on before running errands. It's a structure. Part sculpture. Part halo. Part social announcement. Wearing it correctly means pinning, wrapping, and adjusting for a full quarter of an hour. But that's fine. You're used to suffering for symmetry. The hennin can stand anywhere from 12 to 24 inches tall. Some even reach absurd, neck-defying heights, swaying like candle flames if you walk too fast. Thankfully, walking quickly isn't fashionable. Floating is better. You glide. Historians still debate the origin of the hennin. Some argue it was inspired by Mongol court fashion, brought west through trade and crusade. Others believe it emerged organically in Burgundy, where everything tended toward the unnecessarily dramatic. But wherever it began, it quickly swept across European courts. If you were noble and female, your silhouette probably resembled an elongated chess piece. Of course, wearing the hennin wasn't just a fashion choice, it was a signal. It showed that you were married, if worn with certain veils, unmarried, if worn with others, or maybe just extremely wealthy and unconcerned with ceiling heights. The finer the hennin, the higher your perceived virtue. Yes, virtue. There's something about not being able to look directly left or right that gives a woman an air of moral superiority. But there's more to the hennin than height. Its real talent lies in concealment. See, by the time you've plucked your brows and scorched your hairline into retreat, you're not left with much to display up top. The hennin solves this. It covers the upper scalp and hair entirely, turning your absent hairline into an intentional frame for your forehead masterpiece. And if you still have rebellious locks, a layer of linen or silk under the cone will press them into submission. Some hennins came with side flaps, like horse blinders made of lace. Others sported trailing veils that billowed like ghostly sails. These veils weren't just for drama, although they nailed that. They helped elongate the neck visually, making you look even more graceful and untouchable. There's a documented case in Paris where a woman's hennin caught fire from a nearby candle, causing mild panic and at least one ruined dinner. But she was reportedly so composed that no one dared break etiquette to help her extinguish it. That, dear listener, is the level of poise you aspire to. Now imagine how this hat affects your movement. You must hold your neck straight. You must pass through doorways sideways. You can't lower your head quickly unless you enjoy a sudden, majestic hat collapse. So instead, you learn to bow with your entire torso, like a wilting flower, gracefully, slowly, always in control. It's a performance. This hat, you don't just wear it, you animate it. And in doing so, you announce to the world that your priorities are not practical. You are too elevated for that. You are ornamental, sacred, slightly wind vulnerable. Of course, there are hat-related scandals. One German town tried to ban hennons that exceeded a certain height, claiming they caused civic inconvenience during processions. In another, a bishop declared that women who wore the devil's horn would not be allowed into church without removing it. Naturally, most women just stood near the back and refused to kneel. There's also a running joke among troubadours that hennons are towers of chastity or lighthouses for virtue. You hear these jests, but you don't care. Let them joke. While they snigger, you walk by like a monument, trailing perfume and piety in your wake. Sometimes, you decorate your hennon with subtle embroidery, gold thread, pearls, or even small religious charms stitched along the veil's edge. These details aren't obvious, but when someone gets close enough to notice, you pretend to be surprised. Oh, that old thing? Just something my seamstress added. The truth is, you've planned every inch. The veil, the angle, the way it catches light. And it works. The hat frames your face like a painting, drawing attention to that glorious, empty forehead. And your eyes, just below the browless expanse, sparkle like secrets kept for too long. As the day ends, you remove the hennon carefully, like a relic returned to its shrine. Beneath it, your scalp breathes, your temples throb lightly, and your neck creaks in protest. You've been regal all day. You've endured. So rest now. Tomorrow, the hennon will rise again, and so will you. Slower, stiffer, but no less stately. The hat rests by your bedside now, its cone slumped like a sleeping sentinel. Your skin still pulses faintly from vinegar and pearl. Your brow remains gloriously barren, and your limbs ache in that gentle, fashionable way. But you're not quite done. There's one more essential beauty signal you must maintain. You must not look sun-kissed. No glow, no warmth, no trace of the outdoors. The sun, beloved by crops and peasants, is no friend of yours. Tanned skin implies labor, working fields, herding animals, carrying baskets. And that's not the look. Not unless you want someone to mistake you for a dairymaid. And frankly, you've suffered too many vinegar compresses for that. So you avoid the sun like it owes you money. Your daily routine is built around shadow. Walks are scheduled early in the morning or late at dusk. Balconies are shaded. Indoor seating always faces away from direct light. Wide-brimmed veils, linen hoods, and parasols aren't just accessories. They're strategies. Every patch of shade becomes a beauty tool. Historians still argue whether this sun aversion was born purely from social status signaling or if it was tied to spiritual associations. Some scholars suggest that pale skin, in religious art, was often aligned with purity and grace, while ruddy cheeks denoted temptation or baser passions. Whatever the case, sunlight was out, reflective pallor was in. You might not realize it, but your architecture even adapts to this need. Great halls are designed to let in diffuse light, not direct beams. Cloisters are cool, dim, and lined with corridors perfect for an even, shadowed complexion. Candles, not windows, shape your glow. To help maintain your moonlight aesthetic, you might use rice powder or chalk midday, dabbing under the chin, across the collarbone, along the hands. Gloves help. So do long sleeves, even in summer. Fashion has no temperature. Some noble women were known to sleep with veils on to avoid even the possibility of moonburn. You, however, are slightly more sensible. You trust your heavy curtains and stay indoors until the sun has shifted behind the hills. Of course, there are complications. You need vitamin D, though you don't know that yet. All you know is that fainting in the afternoon and experiencing mysterious aches is just part of being delicately lovely. It's your burden. And besides, it gives you an excuse to lie on fainting couches with herbal compresses and murmur things like, "Bring the lavender water," in a tragically elegant tone. Sometimes, you cheat. A 5-minute sunbeam near the window. Face turned slightly away, but only sometimes. The fear of freckling is real. Freckles are charming on milkmaids, not on duchesses. You've heard of a woman who allegedly applied crushed lily petals soaked in goat's milk to lighten the freckles on her shoulders. No word on the smell? And there's another secret method, bathing in buttermilk. Yes, really. Lukewarm buttermilk soaks, sometimes infused with mint or crushed violets. It softens the skin, smooths imperfections, and reportedly draws out the sun's mark. One court physician referred to it as a woman's moonlight in liquid form. Poetic, slightly clumpy, effective. For daily defense, many women dab their faces with a thin mixture of flour and rosewater. It served as a kind of sunblock, albeit one that flaked under stress and attracted dogs. But at least you looked powdered and prepped at every moment. The irony, of course, is that in your pursuit of paleness, you've probably never felt more flushed. The layers of linen, the heaviness of fabric, the hats, the veils, they all trap heat like an ambitious baker's oven. You're glowing inside, even if your outside insists otherwise. But you don't complain. You sip your spiced wine in the shade, hands folded demurely. Your skin is pale. Your gaze is soft. Your entire being whispers, "I have never touched a shovel. I don't even know what a turnip looks like." And that, in this world, is a beauty statement. So as the last light fades and cool air creeps through the shutters, you settle into your embroidered pillows with the satisfaction of someone who has not seen the sun in days. You are glowing in all the wrong, wonderful ways. You wake slowly, like a poem unrolling. The air is cool against your powdered skin, and your arms ache faintly from a night of motionless elegance. The sun, polite and distant, dares not touch you directly. Today's objective? Achieve the illusion of floating. Yes, floating, not walking, not sitting, not anything as pedestrian as standing around. You must glide effortlessly, silently, with a kind of graceful suffering that tells the world, "My body is here, but my soul belongs to something holier." And how do you achieve this? With structure and suffering. Today, you lace the medieval corset, or more accurately, the coat, kirtle, or surcoat, isn't quite the wasp waist torture device of the later Victorian age. But make no mistake, it's restrictive, it's strategic, it shapes, it lifts. It reminds you with every breath that your beauty is being built from the inside out. You slip into the linen chemise first, a soft, absorbent underlayer. Then comes the kirtle, tightly fitted through the torso, sometimes stiffened with reeds or quilted panels. Your maid laces it for you, pulling slowly, evenly. You hold your arms out, inhale shallowly, and pretend this doesn't feel like you're preparing for battle. Historians still debate the extent to which these early corsetry methods compress the body versus simply supporting the gown's structure. What's not up for debate is the result: a narrow waist, lifted bust, flat stomach, and the unmistakable air of a woman who is definitely not running anywhere. Over that comes the surcoat, often sleeveless, cut wide at the sides to reveal the fitted underlayer. The silhouette is vertical, stately. You look taller, more abstract, less like a woman with joints and opinions, more like an allegory of piety painted onto a chapel wall. And then, of course, the belt, a thin gold chain or a leather band, slung loosely across your hips, not to hold anything up, but to break the vertical lines just enough to whisper, "There's a waist under here. I promise. It's just shy." With everything on, breathing becomes an exercise in restraint. Deep sighs are out, shallow. Poetic inhales are in. If you need to express emotion, you must do it with your eyes, and perhaps a slight, controlled tilt of the head. Gasping is for peasants. To walk. You place your feet carefully beneath layers of wool, silk, or damask. Your gown's hem sweeps just above the ground. You glide through corridors like a ghost with errands. Every step is choreography. The neckline of your gown dips, just slightly, revealing the upper chest and collarbones. This area, known then as the décolletage, becomes another canvas for beauty rituals. You might apply a little egg white for shine. Perhaps even dust a few imitation veins if it's a feast day. The effect is delicate, like you're about to faint from the sheer effort of being so lovely. Some women, in search of the perfect line, even bound their breasts with linen strips to flatten the chest and enhance the drape of the gown. This isn't about seduction. It's about silhouette, about appearing ethereal, as though you might dissolve at any moment into perfumed smoke and Gregorian chant. And what about posture? Your back must remain straight, not rigid, just effortlessly vertical. Your hands, softly clasped, never fidgeting, never dangling. Every inch of you speaks the language of restraint, of having nothing to do all day but exist attractively. But make no mistake, this isn't laziness. It's labor. Holding yourself this way, sitting upright for hours, refraining from gestures, maintaining the serene mask of composure, is exhausting. Your muscles burn, even as you appear weightless. You suffer quietly, and it shows in the best possible way. There's even a rumor, half joke, half truth, that the highest compliment a woman could receive at court was, "She moved as if her shoes never touched the floor." Which is ironic, because those shoes, they're made of soft leather or velvet, and they definitely don't provide arch support. At the day's end, as your maid unlaces the kirtle and your lungs rediscover expansion, you exhale like a saint released from sainthood. The marks on your waist fade slowly. You stretch your toes. You shake out your arms. But inside, there's satisfaction. You floated today. You endured. You look like someone worthy of a love poem or a stained glass window. Maybe both. Now close your eyes and let your breath fall back into rhythm. Quiet, shallow, but finally yours again. You floated through halls, air-kissed by silence and carefully constructed layers. But now it's time for one of the more mysterious steps in your daily performance of beauty. It's not about skin or hair or the angle of your elbow when accepting a goblet. It's about the eyes, the windows to the soul, and how to make them appear just haunted enough to seem holy, but not so haunted that anyone sends for a priest. The medieval eye was not meant to sparkle. It was not to glisten with excitement or shine with mischief. Those things implied engagement, desire, and perhaps too much awareness. No, your goal is depth, glassy, distant, poetic. To begin, you reach for your coal, imported, if you're lucky, from the east. More likely, it's homemade, ground charcoal, mixed with goose fat or beeswax. You warm it gently, just enough to soften. Then use a slender wand, or a sharpened twig if your maid is thrifty, to apply it around your eyes. The effect? Smoky, mysterious. Your lashes are darker now, your lids lightly shaded. But remember, this isn't eyeliner as your modern self knows it. This is not cat eye, not flirtation. This is devotion to aesthetic moodiness. Historians still debate whether this cosmetic trick was widely embraced across all classes or remained a courtly eccentricity. But accounts of noblewomen, especially in the Iberian and Middle Eastern-influenced courts, suggest a regular use of eye darkening, particularly for evening events and ceremonies. Now for the real trick, the eyes themselves. You've likely heard tales of women who use belladonna to dilate their pupils. Just a drop or two of the deadly nightshade juice in each eye, and suddenly you look dreamier, less alert, more ethereal. Of course, you're also slightly poisoned and increasingly photosensitive. But again, we do what we must for grace. Not everyone dared to try this. Belladonna was expensive, dangerous, and hard to dose. Instead, some opted for rosewater soaks, holding their eyes open above a bowl of steeped petals, allowing the steam to soften and glaze the gaze. It doesn't dilate, but it does soothe. You blink more slowly afterward. You look like you've seen something beautiful and are still thinking about it. You complete the effect by tilting your head slightly when you look at someone, just off center. You don't meet eyes directly. That's too bold, too confrontational. Your glance lands softly and slips away like a whispered secret. A glance like that implies depths, mysteries, ballads. Then there's the matter of weeping. Now, don't panic. This isn't actual sorrow, but a glimmering eye, moist, but not dripping, signals purity and emotion in control. Some women achieve this look with a well-timed yawn or a dab of raw onion near the inner corner of the eye. A single tear poised on the lower lid. Poetry. Just don't let it fall. That's drama. We're aiming for reverie. One French countess reportedly kept a piece of lace soaked in clove oil, which she'd sniff subtly before entering a room. The sting would make her eyes shine slightly. Combined with her charcoal-rimmed lashes, the result was what court poets called angelic melancholy. The servants called it eye-stingy nonsense, but they weren't the audience. Of course, not everyone needed tricks. If you were lucky enough to suffer from seasonal allergies or faint anemia, your natural pallor and watery eyes were ready-made assets. You only had to make them look intentional. For special occasions, feasts, weddings, or royal visits, You might dust a shimmer of ground mica or finely crushed seashell just above the brow bone. It catches the firelight, makes your lids look like they've been kissed by candle smoke. You look at yourself now, browless, pale, gently glowing, and framed in shadow. Your eyes are pools, reflecting only soft tragedy. You don't look alive. Exactly. You look enduring. The effect is not flirtation. It's not invitation. It's observation. You see the world, and you bear it, gracefully, elegantly, silently. And in that silence, people project everything onto you. They see longing. They see piety. They see depth. Maybe they even write you a poem or accuse you of sorcery. Either way, you've made an impression. So close those darkened lids. Let the charcoal smudge against your pillowcase. It's fine. That one's already ruined. Drift gently into a sleep where you don't need to perform anymore. But tomorrow, the eyes return, poised, smoky, glistening, unreadable. The candles have burned low. Your coal-smudged lashes flutter in the half-light, and your dreams are as gently absurd as your daily beauty routine. But morning comes, as it always does, with a soft clang of the chamber door and the rustle of linen. Today, your cheeks need to bloom, just a little, not too much, just enough color to convince others you're alive, or at least not embalmed. So let's talk rouge. The perfect medieval flush says, I took a brisk walk in a rose garden. Not, I wrestled a boar. Your options for achieving this vary, depending on your location, income, and tolerance for ingredients that would terrify a modern dermatologist. You might begin with cochineal, powdered crimson beetles imported through Spain. Crushed and mixed with grease or vinegar, they yield a deep, rich red that can be dabbed lightly on the apples of your cheeks. It's exotic, expensive, and a clear sign you have access to trade routes and small dead insects. Can't get cochineal? Try alkanet root or elderberry juice. Maybe a hint of red ochre. If you're feeling bold and don't mind being accused of witchcraft, historians still argue about the moral standing of rouge in the Middle Ages. In some periods, using too much was considered vain, even sinful. But moderation, moderation, that was a virtue. A gentle touch of color whispered health, youth, and just a trace of fertility, all while allowing you to maintain the overall look of someone who hadn't seen the sun since the last crusade. Some women preferred a dry rouge, powdered pigment brushed on with a swatch of cloth or a squirrel hair puff. Others liked creams, usually made with lard or goose fat and mixed with a plant dye. The fat gave it staying power. It also gave you the faint scent of warm poultry by mid-morning. But sacrifices must be made. One lesser-known method involved pinching the cheeks or slapping them briskly just before entering a room. This natural rouge technique was favored by younger women and those of humbler means. It was effective, immediate, and involved no poisonous substances, though it did require timing and perhaps a tolerant maid willing to help with the smacking. There's also the legend of vinegar rouge. You soak dried rose petals in vinegar for several weeks, then strain the liquid and dab it onto your cheeks. The scent is divine, the color subtle. The downside? If your skin's been over-bleached lately, the vinegar might sizzle like truth at confession. You apply your rouge now, dabbing carefully at the high points of your cheekbones. The color blooms slowly, spreading like gossip in a convent. Too much. And you'll look flushed and suspicious. Too little. And someone might summon a priest to read last rites. Just right? You look like a living statue. Graceful. Elegant. Faintly floral. Of course, rouge wasn't just for cheeks. Some women touched a little onto their earlobes, their lips, even the tips of their fingers. The idea was to simulate vitality without appearing sweaty, lively without seeming unwell. It's a fine line. For lips, the same ingredients apply, though some bold ladies added red lead or cinnabar. Highly toxic, naturally, but those colors were vivid, lasted for hours. And who doesn't want a smile that screams both elegance and internal organ failure? There's a tale of a duchess in Flanders who mixed her rouge with wine and dabbed it on with a cloth soaked in holy water. She swore it gave her a divine flush. Whether she meant heavenly or dangerous remains unclear. It's worth noting that men sometimes used rouge too, especially at court or in theatrical performances. A rosy cheek suggested health, charm, and the occasional bout of heartbreak. But they never admitted to it. A man never wore rouge. He merely had a fortunate complexion. You, however, own it. Your cheeks glow just enough. Your lips bear a hint of rose. You look like you've recently received a letter from a mysterious lover, or, at the very least, stood near a fireplace for several minutes. As you step into the hall, face complete, rouge still drying against a layer of goose fat, you are ready for inspection. No one will say a word, of course, but you'll hear it in the silence, the soft inhale, the slowed glance. You are art, slightly scented, softly glowing, and just faintly dangerous. Now rest, flushed and fabulous. Tomorrow, you'll try a new blend with fewer beetles, perhaps, or more. Another day, another elaborate illusion. Your face is perfected, your eyes soft-edged and story-laden, your cheeks blooming with curated vitality. But now we turn our attention to something more structural, something less visible, yet entirely essential: your scent. In the Middle Ages, your smell wasn't just a matter of hygiene, it was a language. It told people how holy you were, how wealthy, how indoors. And since bathing was, shall we say, infrequent, fragrance became both a remedy and a performance. So you begin with your personal sachet, a small linen pouch tucked discreetly into your bodice or tied at the wrist. Inside, a curated mix: dried rose petals, crushed lavender, clove buds, maybe a shaving of cinnamon bark or a whiff of dried orange peel. The blend varies based on region and season. Mediterranean courts lean toward spicy and herbal. Northern palaces prefer sweet and resinous. You press the sachet to your chest and inhale. It masks the faint tang of vinegar still lingering from yesterday's bleach cloth and adds a pleasant distraction to the layers of wool, silk, and effort swaddling your body. Historians still argue how frequently medieval women actually bathed. Some suggest weekly soaks in wooden tubs lined with linen, scented with herbs. Others claim monthly at best. But what's agreed upon is this: in between, they smelled like whatever they could tuck into a pouch. Of course, if you're of higher means, you own liquid perfume, stored in glass vials, or more often, in small metal flasks etched with floral motifs. These precious oils are dabbed behind ears, on the collarbone, or inside gloves. A common base is almond oil or goose fat, infused over weeks with whatever petals or spices you can afford. You reach for your favorite blend, rose and sandalwood, warm, sweet, slightly musky, the kind of scent that whispers instead of shouts. You apply it with a feather. That's right, a feather, soft, symbolic, slightly ridiculous. But when done with grace, it leaves no streaks. And if you really want to impress, there's powdered musk. Yes, the glandular extract from the Asian musk deer. Illegal now, but medieval apothecaries sold it freely, mixed with orris root or dried sage. It smells like nobility on a pilgrimage, or possibly sin disguised as devotion. Either way, it's irresistible. Then there's the room, scenting. Your chamber is strewn with herbs, lavender underfoot, rushes mixed with thyme along the windowsill. In the winter, dried juniper or rosemary smolders in a little iron dish, perfuming your gown as it hangs nearby. Your linens are pressed with hot stones and orange peels. Even your hairbrush, boar bristle, of course, carries the scent of marjoram and frankincense. There's even a popular trend among aristocratic ladies to scent ink with ambergris or clove oil. That way, even your letters smell like wealth and whimsy. A man once proposed marriage to a countess based solely on the fragrance of her correspondence. It didn't last, but the letters still circulate among collectors. You might be wondering, what about the not-so-sweet stuff? Well, that's where pomanders come in. A pomander is a small, perforated metal orb. Silver if you're rich, pewter if you're practical. Filled with a compressed mix of spices and wax. You wear it around your neck or hang it on a chain from your belt. As you move, it swings gently, releasing waves of clove, nutmeg, and dried rosemary. It masks everything, everything, even the faint whiff of goat that clings to the tapestries. There are even aromatic combs, rubbed with cedar oil, used while styling your hair. Speaking of which, hair has its own fragrance protocols, but we'll get to that soon. You are now a mobile bouquet, a scented prayer, a walking garden, and in a time when water is suspect, but status is everything. This scent, this carefully curated cloud of floral, spice, and story is more than pleasant. It's protective. Smelling like roses is not just desirable. It's divine. And at day's end, when you peel off your velvet layers and press a sachet under your pillow, the fragrance lingers in your dreams. You float in rosewater rivers, walk through thyme-scented cathedrals, rest your head in lavender fields. Sleep now, softly perfumed and perfectly unwashed. You are as the saints intended. Your scent drifts into the morning like incense after Mass. Faint, persistent, oddly holy. But now it's time for a different kind of ritual. A quiet one. One you perform with brushes, combs, patience, and, occasionally, boiling water. It's hair day. Your medieval hair is not something you flaunt casually. That's for sinners and shepherdesses. If anyone sees your unbound hair in public, it usually means one of three things. You're a bride, you're under 10 years old, or you're being burned at the stake. Otherwise, hair is sacred, hidden, carefully choreographed. So you sit, posture straight, while your maid begins to comb. The comb itself matters. Ivory if you're wealthy, boxwood if you're sensible, boar bristle if you need detangling with a side of scalp massage. It's rubbed first with rosemary oil, good for the scalp, they say, and helps ward off lice. Whether it works or not is unclear, but it does make your hair smell like a monastery garden in midsummer. The brushing is slow, methodical. 100 strokes isn't just a Victorian invention. It's rooted in centuries of ritual. Each pass of the comb smooths the strands, distributes natural oils, and reminds you that beauty is built through repetition. Historians still argue about how often women wash their hair. Some say monthly, some quarterly. Soap is rare and harsh, so instead, you rely on rinses, vinegar infusions, lavender soaks, sage tea poured carefully through your hair over a basin while your maid hums off key and tries not to spill. Afterward, your hair is towel dried, linen, always, and left to air out in a warm room. You don't leave it loose. That would be chaos. Hair must be contained, woven, or rolled into shapes that suggest you've made peace with both modesty and architecture. Today, you opt for braids, 2 long plaits, coiled and pinned over your ears. It's called the ram's horn style. And no, it doesn't make you look like livestock. It makes you look like a woman who's read a psalter and owns at least 1 falcon. Another option? A crown braid, wrapped around the head like a laurel, or a padded roll, a sausage-shaped ring of fabric filled with horsehair, onto which your real hair is wound like silk on a loom. It's surprisingly heavy, but so is every beauty decision you've made since breakfast. You might apply a little beeswax to tame flyaways, or oil of bay leaves for sheen. If you're particularly fancy, you tie small gold filigree pins along the braid, a kind of medieval sparkle. They clink gently when you turn your head, like jewelry that only well-bred people notice. For very special occasions, hair might be crimped or waved using heated rods, not hot irons. Exactly. More like bronze sticks warmed near a brazier. The result is subtle. Undone curls, texture, like you've just returned from a chaste forest walk with someone you're not supposed to marry. There's also hair dye. Yes, dye. Henna for a reddish tint, saffron if you can afford it. In some Italian courts, blondness was prized above all. Women sat for hours with their hair draped over specially made sun hats, open at the crown, to bleach their locks using a mix of lemon juice, alum, and hope. One Venetian noblewoman was so determined to lighten her hair that she wore a reflective halo made of tin around her head. The neighbors were not impressed, but her husband allegedly compared her to sunlight. So, your natural color, though? It doesn't matter much. Once styled, it becomes a backdrop for your headwear, a fine linen veil, a braided caul, sort of a hairnet, but make it fashion, maybe even a crespin, a tight mesh that covers your hair like glittering armor. Only the most daring allow a little hair to peek through. You, just enough to suggest you have hair, and underneath it all is effort, invisible, quiet, relentless. Every braid, every tuck, every oil-soaked comb stroke is a message. I am controlled. I am composed. I own time. Tonight, when you finally let your hair down, literally, it sighs with you, falls in waves or tangles, or whatever shape your crown braid left behind. You brush it again, braid it loosely for bed. Maybe rub the ends with almond oil, just in case someone invents split ends early. You are tucked in, your hair is resting. You are both free and still on duty. The night is still, and your hair, finally unbound, spills across the linen pillow like a whispered secret. You breathe, you soften, and then, as the candle burns low and wax pools on the table like a slow exhale. You remember, beauty doesn't stop at the neck. Tonight, we turn to your hands. In the Middle Ages, hands told stories. They revealed class, occupation, piety, even vanity. A woman's hands were rarely idle, yet they were expected to look as though they had never touched anything more aggressive than a spindle or a prayer book. So you begin. First, you soak. A small basin is brought to you, filled with warm water infused with rose petals, milk, and a splash of white wine. Your maid adds a few drops of almond oil for softness. You slide your hands in slowly, like a relic being returned to its reliquary. The warmth seeps into your joints. The scent rises like a lullaby. You close your eyes. Historians still debate how widely these beauty soaks were practiced. Some argue that only noble women indulged in nightly hand care, while others claim women of all ranks found ways to soften their skin, especially if they wanted to pass as idle in a world that worshipped pale palms. Once your hands are softened, the scrubbing begins. Not harsh, just a cloth soaked in wine-soaked bread or fine flour paste. This lifts away the dust of the day, any traces of ink or herbs, and, more importantly, dead skin. You rinse again. Your hands now feel slightly too clean for their own good. Next comes nail care, not manicures in the modern sense. No salons, no polish. But your nails must be smooth, even, and, most critically, unpainted. Painted nails, in some regions, suggest vanity or worse, sorcery. So you keep them bare but buffed with a soft cloth, maybe a dab of goose fat or beeswax for shine. The length? Modest. Long enough to be elegant, short enough to suggest that you embroider frequently, but never clean anything personally. A delicate line. Some women apply a whitening paste to the backs of their hands, a mix of crushed lily bulbs, chalk, and a few drops of lemon juice. It stings faintly, but the result is luminous. If your knuckles are red from winter wind or too tight sleeves, you rub them gently with mint oil. The tingling distracts you from the fact that your circulation is, frankly, not thrilled. There's also perfume. You take a second sachet, this one filled with lavender, marjoram, and powdered ambergris, and rub it between your palms. Slowly, like warming a secret. The scent will linger just long enough to be noticed when you hand someone a goblet or brush your fingers across a book. You might wear gloves in public, soft leather lined with rabbit fur in winter, or fine silk netting in warmer months. Gloves aren't just about temperature, they're about mystery. A gloved hand hints at what lies beneath. A gloveless hand, exposed at the right moment, suggests intimacy. There are tales of noble women perfuming the insides of their gloves with cinnamon oil or rose water. The moment they remove them, snap, release, reveal. The scent drifts out like a sigh. One poet wrote, "Her glove fell, and the air was baptized." A bit much? Perhaps. But the idea remains. And what of rings? If you're married, you wear one. A band of gold or silver, sometimes with an inscription. If you're not, you might wear a signet on your index finger, a way to stamp letters or mark your books. But too many rings suggest extravagance. One or two, no more. Hands are watched. When you receive guests, your hands are folded. When you speak, they gesture just enough to illustrate, not enough to distract. And when you pray, they press together, fingertips straight, nails gleaming faintly with that invisible wax polish. There's even a quiet etiquette. Never place your hands flat on a table. Never gesture with your palms up unless you're begging or receiving a blessing. Your hands should float, hover, cradle, always composed, always clean. Now, as the fire dies and your basin is taken away, you rub your fingers one last time with lavender balm. The skin is soft, smooth, lightly scented. You tuck your hands under the covers, palms resting lightly on your stomach. They've done nothing all day but hold books and pour wine. And yet, they've worked harder than most. You close your eyes. Your hands have become what the world expects: tools of elegance, vessels of restraint, symbols of silent power. The fire has turned to embers. Your hands rest like folded parchment, and somewhere a nightingale refuses to sleep. But there's one more performance you've rehearsed every evening, long before your eyes close: your posture. In the Middle Ages, posture was practically a personality. It was a form of social punctuation. Before you spoke, before you smiled, before you even crossed a threshold, your body told the world what kind of woman you were, and what kind of man was, or wasn't, about to ask your father for your hand. So you rise slowly, the way a tapestry might ripple in a breeze. No sudden movements. You stand tall, not stiff, but composed, like a saint stepping off a stained glass window. Your shoulders are gently pulled back, not to show defiance, but to suggest spiritual openness. Your chin is ever so slightly tucked, as if listening for heavenly instructions. Your arms rest at your sides or loosely entwined in front of you, never behind. That's a servant's stance. You are not a servant. Historians still argue how much posture was dictated by upbringing versus fashion. But in noble circles, girls were trained from a young age to sit with backs straight, knees together, and chins always at a modest angle. Too high, and you seemed arrogant. Too low, and you looked like you'd dropped something morally compromising. To help achieve this impossibly balanced alignment, some young ladies were made to walk with books on their heads. Yes, actual books, preferably religious texts. Not only did this develop a steady gait, it reinforced the lesson: your body is a vessel for grace, and grace does not slouch. Today, you practice walking again, across the long hall, beneath the gaze of tapestries that never blink. Your slippers barely whisper against the stone. You don't bounce. You don't sway. You glide. The hennin helps. So does the corset. They hold you upright, like scaffolding around a holy statue. Even sitting is an art. You perch. Never collapse. Your back never touches the chair unless it's a high-backed one, meant specifically for that purpose. You rest on the edge, knees angled slightly to the side, hands folded just above the lap. Picture the Virgin Mary if she'd been asked to host a poetry reading. There's a reason so many portraits from this period show women looking like they've just been told something mildly scandalous, but mustn't react. That's not coincidence. That's training. And probably a tightly laced bodice. Some noble women were said to sleep propped up on bolsters to maintain neck alignment. One Venetian lady reportedly refused to recline fully for fear her collarbones would lose their morning sharpness. Whether that's anatomically sound is irrelevant. She looked divine by candlelight. For the truly ambitious, posture even infiltrated dreams. Sleeping face down? Never. Side sleeping? Acceptable. If you're careful with the hair. Back sleeping? Ideal. but only if your pillows are arranged just so, and your hands rest like folded doves on your chest. And there's more. Posture affects voice. A straight spine opens the lungs, allowing your words to emerge evenly, softly, as if read from scripture. Even when you're just asking someone to pass the jam, your speech becomes measured, your tone airy. You do not shout, you do not rush. You are elegance with a pulse. It's said that when Eleanor of Aquitaine entered a room, she did so as if descending from a cloud, not because she wore lighter shoes, but because every line of her body told the story she wanted the world to believe. I am untroubled. I am noble. I do not hurry. And now, as you settle once more into your chair, back aligned, fingers steepled softly beneath your chin, you realize the power of posture. It doesn't just change how others see you. It changes how you feel. Poised, balanced, slightly taller, somehow. You rise once more and walk to your bed, not with fatigue, but with ceremony. One final bow of the head to the Virgin in the corner. One deep breath to pull your ribs apart from the demands of the day. One last glance in the mirror, not to check your looks, but your silhouette. You've kept your line. You lie back. A slow exhale as your spine melts into linen. Even now, your body remembers the script. Straight, soft, silent. The posture fades, but its memory lingers in your spine like a lullaby hummed through bone. You lie still, breath shallow, mind adrift. But even now, even here, your beauty routine continues, because no proper medieval lady forgets her feet. Feet, often ignored, often hidden beneath layers of brocade and velvet. But in truth, they are the unsung heroes of your existence. Without them, you'd never glide, you'd never curtsy, you'd never flee a boring suitor by pretending to admire the tapestry in the next room. So tonight, before you drift off completely, you perform your final act of self-maintenance. You sit at the edge of the bed and remove your slippers. Soft leather, worn just enough to shape perfectly to your soles. Inside, they're lined with lamb's wool, not for warmth, though that helps, but to cushion each graceful step, to ensure your movements remain light and soundless. You flex your toes, a quiet rebellion against a day spent perched, posed, and paraded. Historians still debate whether medieval foot care was ritualized or merely practical. But there are accounts of noble women soaking their feet in infusions of mint and marigold, especially after long days of standing during feast preparations or cathedral visits. Some claim lavender foot baths were used not just for comfort, but to ward off spiritual malaise. You fill a small basin with warm water, infused with rosemary and thyme. Of course, the steam rises like a blessing. You ease your feet in slowly, like slipping into a second dream. The ache melts. The skin softens. You exhale in relief. Your maid offers a linen towel and a jar of salve, beeswax and almond oil, with a drop of clove. You rub it into your heels, your arches, your toes, not just for softness, but for ritual, for peace, for the quiet knowing that even your most hidden parts deserve attention. Your toenails are trimmed, never painted. Paint implies leisure bordering on arrogance. Clean and even is sufficient. You might dust a bit of rice flour across the tops of your feet, especially if tomorrow's shoes are more decorative than functional. Speaking of shoes, footwear in the Middle Ages is a story in itself. You've owned pointed toe slippers, poulaines, ridiculously long and curled at the end. They're impractical, even dangerous on stairs. But they're fashionable. A French nobleman once said, "A lady's grace ends where her toe begins," which may explain the 6-inch extensions on your most formal pair. For daily use, though, you favor softer, rounded slippers. Sometimes they're embroidered with your initials or stitched with tiny floral designs, only visible when you sit and someone kneels. Yes, kneels. It happens more often than you'd think when you're near royalty and carrying good gossip. In winter, your shoes are lined with fur and tied with leather straps that crisscross your ankles. Summer footwear is lighter, woven rush or silk, depending on your rank. You have indoor slippers and outdoor slippers. And if you're very fancy, garden slippers just for walking on dew-damp grass without actually touching nature. But beneath all that, your feet must remain presentable. No calluses, no cracked heels, no signs that you've ever walked more than a respectable length between the embroidery bench and the chapel. There are even tales of women applying blush to the tops of their feet during feast days, just in case they're seen beneath the table. Was this common? Hard to say. But in a world obsessed with controlled appearances, nothing's entirely out of the question. Tonight, you rest your newly salved feet against a warm stone. It sits at the foot of your bed, wrapped in flannel. A gift from a friend who understands that elegance requires circulation. You sigh. Your feet have carried you through another day of floating. They've supported posture, propped up poise, and borne the weight of every look you gave and every veil you wore. They deserve this moment. The stillness. You slip on a pair of linen sleep socks, embroidered with tiny violets, and curl beneath the blanket. Your face may carry the glamour. Your hands may gesture grace. But your feet, they carry the performance. And now, they carry you into dreams. Sleep inches closer, curling around your limbs like a second blanket. Your feet rest, your breath slows, but your mind drifts softly, curiously, toward another detail. One last frontier of beauty, not visible, not scented, but powerful all the same. Let's talk about jewelry. Yes, adornment, the sparkle, the shimmer, the delicate clink of wealth hanging from a wrist or nestled at a throat. But in the Middle Ages, jewelry wasn't just decoration. It was declaration. It told the world who you were, who you weren't, and who you wanted to seem to be. You begin with your neck. Today, you wore a slender chain, fine gold, threaded with 3 seed pearls, just enough to catch the candlelight when you turned your head. Not too ostentatious. You're not the Queen of France? Not yet. Necklaces were often talismans as much as ornaments. Some bore crosses, small reliquaries containing saints' dust or bits of bone. Others held engraved lockets with tiny portraits or bits of dried herbs believed to ward off envy. Historians still argue whether these amulets were genuinely believed to work or merely fashionable affirmations of piety. But in either case, they were worn close to the heart, literally and symbolically. You wear yours slightly off-center. It makes people curious, as it should. Then your ears, not pierced. That wasn't common in your time. Instead, earrings clip or hook around the lobe. You own a pair carved from jet, said to absorb negative energy. One fell off during a feast once, and landed in a goblet of mead. You fished it out without a word and continued sipping. Everyone respected that. Your wrists, meanwhile, remain mostly bare. Bangles and bracelets exist, but they're rare and a bit showy for your region. You prefer a simple chain with a single charm. Perhaps a small token gifted by a cousin who writes poetry and wears his hair too long. Rings. However, rings are essential. You have 3. 1 for status. A gold band set with a small sapphire worn on your index finger. 1 for faith. A silver band etched with a line from a psalm slipped onto your thumb when you travel. And 1 secret ring, kept in a pouch and worn only when you write letters you don't want anyone to read. It bears a carved seal, a tiny phoenix, wings curled like quotation marks. Every ring carries a weight, not just in grams, but in meaning. You're careful which one you wear to which event. It's like whispering with your hands. Your hairpins, too, are part of this visual code. Today's were plain, mother of pearl tops, polished to a quiet shine. But tomorrow's might be different. Maybe the gold ones shaped like lilies, or the silver pins gifted by that minor noble whose name you can never remember. You said thank you anyway. And let's not forget brooches. These are more than fasteners. They're punctuation marks for your gown. A heavy brooch at the collar signifies formality. A smaller one pinned at the side of your waist suggests intimacy. You wore your favorite today, an enameled piece shaped like a falcon. Its eye is garnet, its beak is chipped, but you like it better that way. It looks like it's survived something. Then there's body jewelry, a scandalous little whisper in some courts. Chains that loop beneath gowns, waistbands strung with beads, a single jeweled drop hidden in the small of your back, attached by ribbon. These are not for display. These are for confidence, for knowing something sparkles even when no one sees. There's a story you've heard, probably false, about a lady who wore a ruby in her slipper because she believed it made her smarter. Another wore a pearl in her mouth for courage during confession. Jewelry was power, worn close, worn secret. And of course, colors matter. Blue sapphires for loyalty, red garnets for love, green emeralds for wisdom and fertility, amber for protection, jet for mourning. You mix them not for style, but for intention. Today, you wore green. You needed clarity. Tomorrow, maybe amber. There are rumors. You want them to bounce off you like light on water. As you lie in bed, you remove the last of your pieces, gently, reverently, each one placed in a carved box lined with velvet scraps. They rest like sleeping knights, waiting for your next command. You feel lighter, not plain, never plain, but unarmed, vulnerable in the softest way. Because medieval beauty isn't just about being seen, it's about being curated. Every chain, every pin, every gleam of gold is a sentence in a language only a few know how to read. You smile, you speak it fluently. The jewelry box clicks shut. Its contents, now quiet, rest like tiny prayers folded in silk. You shift beneath the covers, your breath warm against the linen, and your thoughts begin to settle, until you remember one last domain where beauty whispers in silence, sleep posture. Yes, even in unconsciousness, there is an ideal way to be beautiful. You don't just flop into bed like a sack of winter turnips. No, no. You arrange yourself. You compose your sleep. There's a correct way to lie, A soft curve of the body, knees slightly bent, arms gathered like you're holding a book of psalms, or perhaps an inconveniently poetic secret. Sleeping on your stomach? Absolutely forbidden. Too undignified, too sweaty, and frankly, you'd crush your carefully perfumed hair. Historians still debate whether sleep etiquette was taught formally or passed down like whispered folk cures. But there are manuscripts, illuminated ones, even, that show saints and noble women resting in specific positions, on their side, often facing the window, hands folded delicately or tucked beneath a cheek. You mimic them without realizing. You've seen these poses in tapestries and chapel reliefs your entire life. Before you lie back fully, you check the pillows. One large, flat one beneath your shoulders. A smaller, firmer one tucked beneath your neck. They're stuffed with goose down or, if you're truly luxurious, combed wool wrapped in damask. Some women sleep on scented cushions, filled with dried chamomile or lavender. You prefer violet, crushed with a little mint. It smells like good memories. Your blankets are layered carefully, linen next to your skin, then a woolen coverlet, then perhaps a fur throw if it's winter. The weight is important. Too light, and you feel untethered. Too heavy, and you wake feeling like you've been buried with honors. Tonight, the balance is perfect. You adjust your night clothes. A simple shift. Undyed linen, soft with age, embroidered with your initials near the hem. Some women sleep in nothing, others in full robes. You prefer the in-between. Modest, but breathable, and always clean. Linen soaks up the perfumes of the day, so tomorrow you'll change it again. Cleanliness may be spiritual, but it's also logistical. And then, the veil. Yes, many women sleep with a light veil or cap, partially for warmth, partially for modesty, partially to protect the elaborate hair rituals from the day. You slip yours over your head. It's thin, nearly translucent, tied loosely beneath your chin. You look like a sleeping statue, a gentle ghost. Some noble women even apply night creams before bed. Though cream is a generous word. Tonight, you've used a dab of almond oil mixed with rose water and just a pinch of ground pearl. It smells faintly sweet and makes your skin feel like satin kissed by moonlight, which, if we're being honest, is the goal. You take one last sip of herbal infusion from the small cup at your bedside. It's a mix of chamomile, valerian root, and a sprig of something bitter you can never name but always request. The cup is warm against your palms. You drink slowly, like someone who has nowhere to be and everything to savor. Your rosary beads rest nearby. Not for show. Well, not just for show, but because you believe in balance, in gratitude, in the ritual of ending the day with the same rhythm you lived it, gracefully, patiently, with intention. You stretch, once, just once, a slow unfurling of limbs, then curl slightly, nestled between warmth and thought. Somewhere beyond your window, a church bell tolls softly. The sound trickles through the stones of your chamber like spilled honey. You count it without trying. Your breath falls in time with it. Your face, unpainted but powdered. Your hands, softened and scented. Your posture, serene. Your presence, undisturbed. Even now, asleep. You are poetry arranged into a woman's shape. Tomorrow, the performance resumes. But for now, you are allowed to drift. Not beautiful, not perfect, just still. You drift wrapped in linen and rituals. When a thought emerges, subtle, uninvited, but familiar, how does all this compare? Were you beautiful by the standards of your age? The question lingers. And to answer it, we must explore something deeper than rouge and ribbons, the actual rules of medieval beauty. Let's start with the ideal face. The medieval European beauty standard was not merely about symmetry, it was about symbolism. Your forehead, it should be high, exceptionally high, the kind of forehead that implies you're full of virtue, intelligence, and maybe a little divine light. So what did you do if nature didn't provide? You plucked? Yes. You took tweezers to your hairline, slowly, methodically, pulling it back by millimeters until your brow began halfway up your scalp. Painful? Yes. Strange? Definitely. But fashionable? Absolutely. There are even records of women shaving their temples to make their heads appear more oval. You remember this because you've done it twice. Historians still argue whether this practice was rooted in theology, more space for divine inspiration, they say, or simply fashion. Either way, it stuck around for generations, long enough that artists painted saints with hairlines that seemed to hover halfway to heaven. Next, the brows. Eyebrows should be thin, arched, and pale. Yours are practically non-existent already, but you sometimes pluck them further, then trace a faint line with a smudge of ash or coal. Not too bold. That's for later centuries. You're aiming for ghostly suggestion, not punctuation. Your eyes should be large and downturned slightly, like you're always on the verge of wistful insight. Think, I've read the Psalms, and now I'm sad about them. Your nose? Straight, smallish, and preferably with a gentle bridge, not too sharp. There's even a poem comparing the perfect nose to a sword hilt. Elegant, useful, and clearly inherited. Lips must be pale and small, especially the upper lip. You were told once by a chambermaid that your mouth looked too eager. Since then, you've practiced the art of the modest smile, a closed lip expression that hints at secrets without ever actually suggesting joy. Joy, after all, is rarely elegant. Skin must be white, not peachy, not ruddy, just as close to parchment as possible without looking unwell. This wasn't merely aesthetic, it was political. Tan skin implied labor, exposure. You were meant to look as though your only relationship with sunlight came through stained glass. To achieve this, you've powdered with ground bone, pearl dust, and chalk. You've avoided firelight too close to your face. You've stood behind drapes. You've consumed pale foods because a nun once told you that the complexion is the mirror of the stomach. As for your body, the ideal was modest in curve. Full hips were acceptable. Fertility was a blessing. But the chest was often minimized. You wore binding underlayers to flatten yourself slightly, creating a long, smooth line from shoulder to toe. Your waist? Visible? Yes, but not emphasized. Gowns weren't corseted to Victorian extremes yet, but the emphasis was still on containment, not display. Feet and hands were prized if they were small and pale. A woman with large hands was said to possess a blacksmith's fortune, which was code for unlikely to marry well. You've spent many evenings examining your fingers under candlelight, wondering if they look ladylike enough. They do. One lesser-known beauty ritual? Teeth. White teeth were admired, but not whitened as they are today. Instead, you were taught to rinse your mouth with sage-infused wine, or sometimes vinegar. Breath was scented with cloves or mint leaves. You've chewed both before meeting suitors, just in case. There were other beauty beliefs too, odd ones. Sleeping with a ribbon tied around your neck was said to prevent double chins. Swallowing crushed coral would supposedly keep your skin smooth. Drinking goat's milk infused with rose petals? Excellent for the soul. Questionable for the stomach? You tried all of them. Once. But now, in the soft dark of your room, you realize something quietly subversive. The rules were never really about being beautiful. They were about being seen as beautiful, about performance, about decoding the delicate language of power, virtue, and control. You, like every woman before and after, learned the code, learned how to read it, and then how to wield it. Your forehead may be plucked, your fingers polished, your eyes painted with a brush made from squirrel fur. But beneath all that is someone still very much herself, still soft, still strange, still trying. You smile, a small one, the modest kind, just in case anyone's watching through the tapestry. The smile fades, but its trace lingers at the corners of your lips, gentle, private, and not for show. You shift once beneath the linen covers, then go still. Almost. Because as your body winds down, your mind drifts to the other women, the ones beside you, behind you, ahead of you in time. Tonight, you remember the community of beauty. You weren't alone in your rituals. You never were. From childhood to courtship, from feast days to funerals, beauty was a collective effort, a choreography performed not in solitude, but with help, hands, and hushed advice. Let's begin in the girls' chamber. You remember your first hair plaiting lesson. You were 8, your fingers clumsy, your scalp sore. Your cousin, 2 years older, and already an expert in whispering complaints under her breath, taught you to part evenly. You didn't get it right until winter. She didn't stop helping. Historians still debate whether beauty routines were strictly taught within noble households or passed more informally among women. The truth, as usual, lies in between. Older sisters, wet nurses, chambermaids, they were your first instructors, your first critics, your first allies. In the gathering rooms, you watched ladies pinch rouge onto each other's cheeks before a festival, borrowing mirrors that barely reflected and powders that weren't labeled. You learned that elderberry stained fingers, that too much vinegar singed, that saffron left a scent long after it faded. And then came the maidservants, the quiet artists of beauty. Your maid, Thomasina, has been with you for years. She never talks while brushing your hair, but she does hum. And sometimes, she hums the same tune your mother once did. You pretend not to notice, but you sleep better afterward. There's a bond in beauty that no one talks about directly. It's stitched into the cloth, passed hand to hand. It glows in the compliment whispered just before the veil goes on. It weaves through the women helping each other tighten stays, adjust hems, mix balm, pluck one more brow hair before the abbess arrives. There's the quiet exchange of tricks. Rose water for itching, honey for blemishes, rubbing silk between your palms to calm the nerves before entering a hall. No one teaches this. You absorb it like scent into linen. One summer, your friend Cecily discovered crushed violet petals made a perfect eye tint. She shared it with you under a fig tree, both of you laughing because you'd added too much. and looked like saints in mourning. The tint washed off, but the laughter stayed. Later, your aunt taught you to carry a small mirror, not to check your face, but to glance behind you in a crowded court. Beauty, she said, is knowing when someone's looking before they know they are. You've done it ever since. You once helped a new bride prepare on her wedding day. Her hands trembled. You powdered them yourself, tied her veil. She wept, not for the groom, but because her mother had died before teaching her how to dress for love. You didn't say anything. You just tightened her girdle with both care and reverence. That was enough. Beauty, in your world, is collaborative. It is a legacy passed in lotion jars and candlelight. You once caught a visiting noblewoman applying walnut paste to her temples and asked if she was unwell. She laughed and told you it prevented memory loss. You made fun of her for a week. You also started using it the next day, even during moments of rivalry, jealousies, whispers, side eyes. You recognize that every woman here is performing a version of the same song, trying to be noticed without looking needy, trying to control her fate with nothing but hairpins and herbs. And that understanding, that secret handshake of shared effort, is powerful. Beauty is not weakness. It's strategy. It's survival. It's soft armor, worn between gossip and prayers. And though no one says it aloud, every woman knows it. So tonight, as you lie in your chamber, alone, but never truly solitary, you think of them. The ones who painted your nails with crushed berries. The ones who lent you their best pins. The ones who dabbed perfume on your wrists before your first dance and told you not to trip. You are beautiful, not because you did it perfectly, but because you never did it entirely alone. And tomorrow, you'll pass something on. A trick, a tincture, a story, a quiet act of grace in the name of vanishing blemishes and enduring sisterhood. Sleep presses in now, thick and velvet soft. But before you drift away completely, there's one last place to visit. A part of your beauty journey that no mirror sees. One that no rouge or ribbon can decorate. Tonight, we enter the realm of belief. Because in the Middle Ages, beauty was never just skin deep. It wasn't purely about pleasing men, winning suitors, or catching candlelight just right. It was also tied tightly to something greater, something celestial, something both terrifying and tender. Your looks were, quite literally, considered a gift from God. Your pale skin, proof of purity, your long hair, a symbol of virtue, your delicate features, evidence of a soul finely made. This wasn't just flattery, it was doctrine. Theologians wrote about the beauty of the soul made flesh. Some even believed that outer beauty reflected inner grace, though others warned it might be a trap set by vanity. Historians still argue whether medieval women internalized these beliefs or learned to perform them outwardly while quietly rebelling. You suspect it was both. Sometimes you prayed for humility while adjusting your veil to the best angle. Sometimes you fasted for piety and wondered if it would sharpen your cheekbones. There were saints known for their beauty. Saint Agnes, Saint Catherine. Their portraits show women so luminous they seem carved from pearl. But their stories? Filled with suffering, devotion, and self-denial. The message was clear. Be beautiful, but do not enjoy it. Be admired, but never seduce. You've spent hours wondering how that balance ever worked. You've whispered prayers, asking to be lovely enough to be seen, but not enough to be envied. You've lit candles for modesty while dabbing alkanet to your cheeks. You've confessed pride, then reapplied your lip tint. This is not hypocrisy. This is survival. Because in your world, beauty is a paradox, praised, punished, powerful. You walk a line between admiration and accusation, between reverence and risk. A woman too beautiful might be a witch, too plain, and she's invisible. Somewhere in between, that's the safest place, and the hardest to stay. So you wear your rosary as both ornament and anchor. You say your nightly prayers not only for your soul, but for your skin, your bones, your composure. You ask for guidance. You ask for grace. You believe that beauty matters, not because it defines you, but because it lets you shape how the world receives you. You remember an old saying, stitched into a tapestry at your aunt's house. To be seen is to be blessed, but only if one sees wisely. You didn't understand it then. You do now. Because beauty, at its core, is not just the placement of features or the tone of skin. It is the act of care, of reverence, of choosing to honor the vessel you've been given, even when the world demands contradiction. So tonight, you give thanks for every ritual, every herb, every pin and perfumed cloth, for the community of women who taught you, for the strange little miracles, rosewater, wax, sunlight caught in hair. You offer it all to the quiet darkness, like laying flowers at the altar of the self. And now, you sleep. No more tasks, no more posture, just breath, body, and peace. You are not perfect. You are not unmarked by the day. You are simply whole, cared for, ready. And now, dear one, the day is behind you. Your rituals have faded into stillness. The rouge has long worn off. The oil on your fingertips lingers only in memory. All the careful touches, the gentle scents, the quiet choreography of beauty, they rest with you now, wrapped in silence. Let your breath deepen. Let your limbs grow heavy and warm. You've done enough. You've been seen enough. There is no one left to impress, no candle left to light, just the soft weight of your body cradled by the bed, and the hush of time folding inward. Imagine a world where beauty is not a performance, but a prayer, a soft echo of devotion to yourself, your story, your endurance. That world is here. That world is now, and you're allowed to enter it without perfection. Feel the curve of your spine sink into the mattress. Let your hands soften, your jaw unclench. The veil slips gently from your head. The chamber dims. All is safe. All is still. You are allowed to forget the rules now. Let the tapestries fade. Let the echoes of footsteps in long stone halls disappear. Let the night hold you the way silk holds light. Tomorrow will come, and with it, another quiet performance. But for now, your only task is rest. Sleep, sweet one. You are beautiful simply for being here. Why medieval peasants? Slept in two phases. We drift far from the buzz of our overlit bedrooms and hyperlinked thoughts. You're sitting in the middle of a field that hasn't heard the word electricity, let alone circadian rhythm. A thin curl of smoke lifts from a nearby wattle and daub cottage. The sheep are quiet. There's a distant hoot of an owl. And in this hush of medieval nothingness, something oddly human stirs beneath a lumpy wool blanket. You, dear listener, have just awoken from your first sleep. You blink. The fire is embers. Your feet are cold. You reach up and scratch an itch with a haystuck finger. And for the next hour or two, you just exist. This was not insomnia. This was normal. That's right. Before the Industrial Revolution smashed time into tidy pieces and told us to get 8 hours straight or perish, most of Europe, and likely much of the world, spent their nights split in two. They went to bed not long after nightfall, maybe 8 or 9 p.m., slept for a few hours, woke naturally around midnight, stayed awake for an hour or two, then drifted back down for a second, gentler sleep until dawn. It's called segmented sleep. And yes, it was real, not just folklore, but something noted in letters, prayer books, medical texts, and even court transcripts. One 15th century man confessed to a crime committed during the interval between the first and second sleep. Imagine that defense today. Your Honor, I was between REM cycles. Modern sleep researchers like Roger Ekirch have dug up dozens of references to this rhythm, from medieval England to Renaissance Italy. They call the chunks first sleep or dead sleep and second sleep or morning sleep. The gap in between wasn't always filled with profound insight. Sometimes you just, fiddled with your socks. Historians still argue whether this pattern existed everywhere or only in colder regions where darkness came early. But evidence hints that it was widespread across Europe and likely beyond. In fact, when researchers placed modern volunteers in lightless conditions, no screens, no clocks, their bodies naturally fell into the two-sleep rhythm within weeks. Your brain is weirdly nostalgic for the Middle Ages, it seems. So tonight, imagine you're a medieval field hand. Let's say your name is Joffrey, and your life is an endless blur of muck and barley. You collapse into bed, not long after your evening meal of pottage and onions. No scrolling, no doom loops, just your body, given up. 3 hours pass, then boom, you stir. Maybe the fire needs tending. Maybe your joints ache. Maybe you dreamed of turnips again. You wake, not in panic, but with a quiet alertness. The house creaks. The dog shifts. Your wife mumbles and turns over. You sit up, reach for a warm stone to hold, and prepare to spend the next hour not doing much at all. In the dark, you might whisper a prayer, chew a crust of bread, or rub some goose grease on your knee. It's not boring. It's not restless. It's gentle. And here's the kicker. Some historians believe people treasured this space between sleeps. They used it for reflection, for prayer, even for intimacy. Monks structured nighttime prayers around it. Folk remedies recommended midnight poultices. A few cheeky medieval texts hint that many a baby began their journey during this quiet pause between doses. Still, it wasn't always so poetic. You're in a damp, smoky room. You might be sharing your bed with siblings, livestock, or that cousin who never stops humming. You shift again, bump someone's elbow, hear a pig snort in the corner, and suddenly realize, yeah, you're not alone in your me time. And yet, something about it works. You're not expected to force 8 hours of unconsciousness. Sleep is not a test to pass or fail. It's a rhythm you follow, like the seasons, or crop cycles, or the ever-mysterious timing of bread dough. As you begin to feel your eyelids droop again, the house still around you, you lie back and re-enter that second sleep. They say it's deeper, dreamier, and often full of strange visions. Visions medieval people believed held meaning, but we'll get to that later. For now, imagine the hush returning. Your body sighs into the straw. Second sleep has come, and you, peasant that you are right on time. You stir again, not because someone shook you, but because the rooster hasn't crowed yet, and your eyes have popped open like they always do. You sit up in the darkness, scratching your neck through a coarse linen shirt. It's quiet, but not silent. There's the snort of a pig from the other room. Well, it's not really a room, more like a pig-occupied corner of the house. Your wife is snoring softly next to you, her back turned. You can feel the last warmth of the coals under the hearthstone, radiating upward just enough to keep the edge of your toes from freezing off. Congratulations. You've now entered the hour between first and second sleep. The medieval mind didn't see this hour as a failure of proper rest. On the contrary, it was a familiar and expected pause in the night. For many, it was a rare moment of private time, a space to be alone with thoughts, or at least not actively herding, plowing, scrubbing, praying, or birthing something. You might lie there, gaze upward at the rafters, and follow the faint gleam of moonlight as it filters through a hole in the thatch. There's always a hole in the thatch. A small beam of silver lands on your wooden bucket. You think, I really need to fix that. You won't. Some folks use this gap for short, mumbled prayers. These weren't the long, elaborate cathedral kinds. These were personal mutterings to the Virgin or Saint Hubertus, protector of hunters and occasional night owls. In wealthier households or among the monastic communities, this pause was even more structured. Monks at Cluny, for example, would wake precisely around midnight to chant matins, the first of many exhausting liturgical pit stops through the day. But here in your humble hut, the only chanting is coming from your intestines. Maybe you nudge your wife awake with the time-honored medieval invitation. Are you cold? She grunts. Romance. Historians still argue whether this middle-of-the-night interval was seen as especially holy or just conveniently quiet. Some suggest that people used the stillness to process dreams, many of which were thought to carry prophetic messages. Others argue it was simply biology doing its thing, because when the sun goes down at 6 p.m. and you have no blue light to suppress melatonin, your body taps out around 8, takes a break at midnight, and gets back to it until dawn. A few minutes pass. You reach under the bed for a crust of bread, left over from supper. It's stale. It has a texture somewhere between pottery and irony, but you eat it anyway, because it's there, and so are you. Not everyone stayed in bed during this interval. Some people got up, quietly, with as little creaking as possible. They rose, wrapped a wool shawl over their shoulders, and padded into the hearth-lit gloom to spin yarn, mend tools, or in the case of particularly energetic types, visit neighbors. There are records of short midnight visits, quiet, respectful calls to share gossip or borrow fire. It wasn't uncommon for people to walk to a neighbor's cottage during this gap. There were even superstitions around who might appear at your door uninvited: wandering spirits, witches, the occasional unpaid field hand with a bone to pick. So, of course, many chose to stay put. Thank you very much. Let's say you get up tonight. The floor is cold. You shuffle past the pig, who eyes you suspiciously. The moonlight through the shutters gives just enough illumination to find your corner shelf. There's your spindle. You take it, sit by the dying embers, and begin to twist the wool thread. Your fingers remember the rhythm. You hum a tune you don't know the name of. You don't need to. Outside, a fox yips in the distance. The chickens grumble, but don't stir. Your daughter, across the room, turns in her sleep and says something about soup. You smile. You keep spinning. This interval wasn't just for chores. Many medieval medical texts advised couples that the best time for conception was between first and second sleep, not just because of biological rhythms, but because the body was warm, the mind quiet, and, let's be honest, there wasn't much else to do. And still, this wasn't a time to be loud. There were no alarms to restart your day, no rise and grind chants, only a slow drifting into and out of alertness, like wading in and out of a fog. Eventually, your hands slow, the spindle rests, your knees creak as you return to bed. The blankets, such as they are, still hold a little warmth. Your wife has taken the better side, again. You settle into the scratchy straw, and your breath begins to steady. Second sleep will come soon. You're not thinking of productivity. You're not worried about your Fitbit. You don't know what a sleep cycle is. But somehow, your life is built around this pause, this humble little middle-of-the-night intermission where nothing explodes, nothing is due, and no one is expected to shine. Just drift, just spin, just breathe. The fire has long since gone out now, leaving only a few orange ghosts among the ash. But that's all right. You weren't planning on staying up forever. You sigh, roll onto your side, and tuck your feet into the warm spot your wife left behind before she claimed the other half of the bed like some sort of linen monarch. You aren't alone in your rhythm. All across the countryside, from Normandy to Saxony to the quiet green glens of Ireland, first and second sleep punctuate the night like commas in a sentence. The stars overhead blink softly through the smoke hole. You close your eyes again, but let's rewind a bit. Back before you nodded off in the first place. Back before the embers, the spinning, the pig's midnight stare. Back to the very reason you went to bed so early. Candles were absurdly expensive. The sun dips below the horizon around 6 or 7 in the evening, depending on the season. That's it. Day's done. You're not sitting around watching reruns by firelight. You don't have light. You don't even have proper glass windows. Just slatted shutters or a stretched bladder, if you're fancy. The dark comes fast, and it comes hungry. A single beeswax candle, the kind that barely lasts a few hours, might cost as much as a day's wage. Imagine paying $100 just to read your scroll a little longer. Tallow candles, made of animal fat, were cheaper but stank like regret and left a greasy black soot. Firewood was precious. Every stick burned was one less to cook with tomorrow. So instead of fighting the dark, you surrendered to it. You ate your evening gruel as the sun dipped. You might chat briefly with family, mend a sock if you were ambitious, and then just go to bed. Not because you were particularly sleepy, but because staying up cost more than it was worth. Historians still argue whether this behavior was driven purely by economy or had deeper cultural roots. Did people go to bed early because of darkness? Or did religious and agricultural rhythms also push them there? Possibly both. But the firelight math didn't help. You may be picturing peasants curled around a warm hearth, basking in that amber glow like a rustic Christmas card. Let me disillusion you gently. Most peasants had smoky, inefficient hearths with no chimneys. The smoke just sort of floated upward and hoped for the best. That's why the rafters were black and the ceilings permanently smelled like smoked ham, even if no ham was present. In fact, in many one-room cottages, the sleeping quarters were barely distinct from the cooking area. Your bed might be a wooden frame filled with straw, topped by a sackcloth mattress, or tick, with some wool blankets if you were lucky. More likely, you slept in a pile with family, close for warmth, complaining in your sleep. And yet, this was perfectly normal. You weren't deprived. You weren't pitied. You just lived according to the light you had and the energy you could spare. Let's peek briefly at the elite. Those folks in stone manors with tapestries and chamber pots shaped like lions. Even they followed this rhythm. Their lighting was only slightly better, and even with oil lamps and servants to stoke the fire, night remained inconvenient and vaguely menacing. So unless there was a feast or scandal afoot, even nobles drifted into segmented slumber not long after dark. You might wonder, why didn't they just sleep in to make up for the early bedtime? Good question. The answer lies in the rooster, the bell tower, and the unforgiven farm chores. But that's a horror story for the next section. For now, as your medieval self lies back down, bellies full of root vegetables and a few spoonfuls of ale, the darkness wraps around you like a second blanket. You think briefly about the candle stub in the cupboard. You'll save it for something important, like childbirth, or reading the one page of Psalms you own by heart. Outside, the stars are fierce and sharp. There's no light pollution here, no glare from neon taverns, just you, your tiny hut, and the rolling sleep that comes not all at once, but in measured steps. First, pause. Second, there's a comfort in the dark, when it doesn't feel like a threat but a rhythm, and you are part of it, not resisting it, not trying to bend it into a 9 to 5, just floating on its soft, slow tide. Now pull your scratchy blanket over your ears. The pig has stopped watching. The fire has finally died, and second sleep is waiting, just a few slow breaths away. The rooster isn't crowing yet, but you hear it rustling, restless in the dark. That bird knows something's coming. You do too. You've already dozed off again, second sleep slipping over you like a heavier, slower fog. But outside, the night isn't nearly as calm as your bed would suggest. See, here's the thing about medieval nights. They weren't just dark, they were dangerous. In the modern world, we tend to romanticize historical nighttime like a cottagecore Pinterest board, lamplight and silence, hooting owls and snoozing villagers. But in reality, the medieval dark was full of thieves, wild animals, fires, rumors, witches, allegedly, and toothy things that rustled in the hedgerows. This is part of why segmented sleep made sense. Because if you went to bed at sunset and didn't stir until dawn, you were vulnerable for nearly 12 hours. That's a long time for your pig to be stolen, your thatch to catch fire, or your soul to get spirited away by a passing ghost nun. But waking up in the middle of the night, that was smart, strategic, a way of checking that your livestock hadn't bolted, your children were still breathing, and your house hadn't been cursed in your sleep. Some households even designated someone, usually the oldest or most cautious family member, as the unofficial night waker. Their job? To rouse themselves after first sleep and do a quiet sweep. Check the fire, sniff the air for smoke, maybe nudge the family dog to the door for a quick bark into the gloom. Medieval home security. There was, of course, also superstition woven into this practice. Many believed that evil spirits walked most freely at midnight, not at 3 a.m., like modern horror movies suggest. No, the medieval witching hour was dead center between dusk and dawn. You were supposed to be awake then, alert, aware, just in case the wrong kind of traveler came to your door. Historians still argue whether this danger-driven wakefulness influenced the two-sleep pattern, or whether the pattern itself simply enabled these night checks. Like so many things in the medieval world, intention and adaptation blur together like smoke in a cold hut. Let's step outside for a moment, quietly, so we don't wake your wife or the rooster. The village is dark, moonlit, soft, but it's not empty. You might spot a neighbor sneaking back from the forest, gathering herbs, or, more suspiciously, having a chat with someone who shouldn't be out that late. Maybe you hear muffled laughter from the manor house barn. Maybe a dog howls. Maybe nothing happens at all. And that's exactly the point. You feel the night wrap around you. It's cold, but familiar. And in this moment, you realize something important. You don't fear the dark. You respect it. And part of that respect means meeting it halfway, not surrendering to it in one long blackout stretch. That's the difference between now and then. Today, we aim for 8 hours uninterrupted. It's a gold standard. But in your peasant life, sleep is interwoven with awareness, with duty, with survival. And so this segmented pattern, first sleep, wakefulness, second sleep, protects you from danger, from fire, from the lonely feeling that nothing's watching. Back in your bed now, you roll to the side closest to the wall, because everyone knows the side near the door is where ghosts tap your toes. Your wife mumbles in her sleep. You mumble back. The pig sighs. Somewhere outside, a distant figure carries a lantern across the ridge, probably a shepherd checking his flock. You imagine his breath puffing in the air, white and slow, like a silent spell. And you've done your part. You woke, you waited, you made sure the world hadn't collapsed. Now go back to sleep. The rooster finally crows. And, if we're being honest, you hate that bird just a little. You always do when it yanks you from second sleep, just as it's getting good. Maybe you were dreaming of barley that harvests itself. Maybe you were just warm for once. Either way, it's over now. Dawn has cracked, and that means the day has begun. No snooze button, just feathers and fate. But before you throw off the blanket and swing your legs onto the cold-packed dirt, let's talk about what actually gets you moving. You don't own a clock. No one does. Not out here. Anyway, you've never even seen one. You've heard stories about towers with gears and swinging bells in the cities, mostly for monks or royal types who have the luxury of measuring time instead of just surviving it. But here in your village, you wake when your animals do, when the sky begins to blush, when Brother Thomas rings the chapel bell for lauds and your stomach reminds you that cold turnip stew isn't going to fetch itself. Time in your world is fluid, anchored to natural rhythms, the angle of the sun, the crowing of that infernal rooster, the rhythm of the seasons. You don't count minutes, you feel them. And segmented sleep fits this world perfectly. When you first drift off, after supper, fire out, body aching, you don't set an alarm. Your body simply knows when to stir. That mysterious middle of the night alertness kicks in, sometimes within a couple of hours, sometimes after 4. You don't check a sundial or whisper, it's midnight. You just wake up, naturally, because it's what you've always done. Historians still argue whether this awareness was culturally reinforced or biologically innate. Did people wake up because they were trained to, or because their bodies simply followed the darkness in logical waves? The answer, likely, is both. But what kept this delicate system in place was the absence of mechanical timekeeping. Once clocks became more common in monasteries and cities, especially in the 14th and 15th centuries, people began to fix time down. Ring this bell at this hour. Hold mass here. Work starts now. Suddenly, waking up at an intuitive middle of the night time felt imprecise, outdated, fuzzy. Back in your own house, though, nothing is fuzzy. The church bell is your alarm clock. If you're lucky enough to live near a monastery, those deep, echoing chimes slice the morning into holy pieces. Matins, lauds, prime, they ring not for you directly, but you follow along, like a child, mimicking footsteps. If you're a monk yourself, well, bless you. And also, you never get to sleep. Monastic orders like the Benedictines structured their entire days and nights around strict prayer cycles, and segmented sleep was practically built in. Waking for matins around midnight, then sleeping again until lauds, was more spiritual duty than slumber design. You didn't get 8 hours. You got God in intervals. And let's not forget the animals. The lowing cow, the goat's impatient stomp, the dog's cold nose nudging your cheek. These were living clocks, and they weren't shy. In fact, in some places, animals were so attuned to the rhythms of their human keepers that they, too, adapted to segmented rest. A peasant farmer might rise briefly during the night to check on birthing sheep, stir a chicken, or toss hay at a disgruntled ox. Even your dreams might act like a timepiece. Medieval dream culture was rich and symbolic. If you dreamt of falling into water, it meant one thing. If you dreamed of baking bread, it meant another. Some believed that dreams were sent on specific night winds that passed only between first and second sleep. Miss that window, and you might miss a message from the divine, or worse, a warning from the underworld. All of this, the bells, the roosters, the dreams, the mooing, formed a clockless system of time, where segmented sleep wasn't a bug, but a feature, a way of syncing your body to the world's rhythms without ever glancing at a dial. Now, stretch, you're awake, for real this time. The sky is pale. The rooster is crowing again, louder, like it knows you heard it the first time. Someone down the lane is coughing. Old Marta, probably. You can hear the scrape of a hoe being dragged from a shed. The day begins, and thanks to that strange, ancient rhythm, first sleep, wakeful pause, second sleep, you're somehow rested, not groggy, not cursing your mattress. You've lived this way your whole life. You know nothing else. No clocks, no deadlines, just the song of the earth, sung in yawns and crows and bells. You finally swing your feet onto the packed dirt floor. It's not warm. It never is. The soles of your feet are already gritty with ash and straw before you take your third breath of the morning. You grunt, stretch, and rub your eyes, crusted, always, with the back of a rough sleeve. Now, let's talk about how you slept. Not just when, because if you're picturing a plush bed with feather pillows, satin sheets, and a steaming mug of bedtime cocoa, oh no. Let's dial that back several haystacks. Your sleeping setup is what scholars charitably call a straw tick. That's a bag of cloth, sometimes linen, sometimes hemp, often patched with love and disappointment, stuffed with straw, feathers if you're rich, or even dry moss if you're feeling rustic. It is scratchy. It pokes you constantly. And by midwinter, it smells like goat. If you're extra lucky or important, you might have a wooden frame underneath, lifting you off the ground. But most folks, they sleep directly on the floor, on a mattress that sags like a defeated loaf of bread. And no, you don't sleep alone. The medieval peasant family often shared one large sleeping space. Mom, Dad, the children, sometimes the in-laws, occasionally a servant or two, and on winter nights, the animals. Yes, the animals. Cows, goats, pigs, chickens. Not all at once, of course, but certainly one or two might share the same airspace. They added warmth, for starters, and also acted as intruder alarms. Nothing wakes a household faster than a pig startled by a shadow at 3 a. You shift in your blanket and remember the vague imprint of your pillow. It's a folded tunic, maybe, or an actual wooden headrest, if you've inherited one from a monkier cousin. Pillows stuffed with rags were common among wealthier peasants, though they often flattened like depressed pancakes. The blanket over you is wool, if you can afford it, woven and rewoven from family scraps. It is thick, warm when dry, and smells like a mixture of sheep and thyme. If you're poorer, it might just be an old cloak or several tunics stitched together. Layering is your sleep strategy, not comfort, insulation. Historians still debate whether medieval people found this sleeping situation comfortable or just tolerable. Was the presence of family and livestock a source of closeness and safety? Or did people resent it and just learn to snore louder than the cow? The answer probably depends on the mood and the weather. Temperature, of course, is a problem. With no insulation, stone or wattle walls, and a hearth fire that doesn't last the night, winter is cruel. You sleep in layers. Your breath frosts. Your teeth ache from the chill. If someone in the household has the midnight duty of stoking the coals, they are revered like a hero, or resented like a rooster, depending on whether they do it loudly. Still, there's a peculiar coziness to it. The shuffle of bodies, the mutter of dreams, the fidgeting of feet. Even the pig, shifting with a sleepy grunt, becomes part of the lullaby. You may not have space, but you have company. Solitude is for hermits and knights with large towers. And if you need a little privacy, well, good luck. Sometimes a curtain or hanging cloth divides the bed from the rest of the room. If you're nobility, you get a four-poster bed with curtains to keep warmth in. If you're anyone else, you get creative. A quick prayer and a good imagination can do wonders. There's also the reality that your sleep is interrupted often, not just because of segmented rhythms, but because someone is always snoring, coughing, turning over, or stepping on your foot in their sleep. You develop a talent for sleeping in pieces. And perhaps that's why segmented sleep feels so natural. You're already used to dipping in and out of unconsciousness like a thread through wool. Interestingly, some historical documents describe sleeping apart as suspicious or prideful. A married couple choosing separate beds must be in a fight, or possibly heretical, or hiding an affair with the guy who owns two pigs and a butter churn. That guy's always trouble. So instead, you adapt. You mold your body to the straw tick. You learn which parts itch most and which corners squeak. You hold your warmth like treasure and stretch just enough not to kick someone in the spleen. By the time you rise again, shivering, yawning, already calculating your chores, the sun is barely up. But the bed behind you, as crude and communal as it is, has served its purpose. It carried you through two sleeps. It held your thoughts, your breath, your weight, your cold feet, and in a few hours, it'll be calling you back again for a nap, a dream, a moment's rest when the barley won't thresh itself. You rub your eyes, shuffling over to the bench where yesterday's bread has been demoted to the consistency of firewood. You tear off a piece anyway, because calories are calories, and chew thoughtfully as dawn leaks in through the slatted shutter. It's another day of toil ahead. But before you go out and confront your favorite frenemy, the plow, you linger in the haze of the night just past, and you remember your dreams. Now, in your world, dreams aren't idle nonsense. They're messages, or at the very least, symptoms. They could be divine warnings, prophetic clues, signs of illness, or the consequence of eating that sketchy cheese your cousin Gerwin swore was aged to perfection. That dream, where you danced with a goose in a bishop's hat, definitely a sign of impending rain, or the onset of a fever. In the medieval mind, dreams held power. Entire books were written to decode them. Dreamed of fire? Could mean love, or war, or hemorrhoids. Historians still argue the specifics, but nearly everyone believed that dreams were not random. They came in patterns, and they came most often during your second sleep, the deeper, quieter one. The one wrapped in stillness and cold, and that post-midnight peace where the pigs stop shuffling and even the spiders hang motionless from the rafters. Medical texts from the period, yes, they had those, often advised sleeping in specific positions to encourage good digestion and proper dreaming, preferably on your right side. Onions before bed? Bad idea. They heat the blood and could cause disturbing visions, like clowns made of soup. Okay, not really clowns, but people were genuinely warned about nightmares brought on by hot humors. You may laugh, sitting there in your itchy tunic, picking straw from your sleeves, but there's real structure behind these beliefs. Dreams weren't just involuntary Netflix. They were diagnostic tools, spiritual messages, and social gossip. A midwife might read your dream to determine whether your new baby was destined to become a priest. a baker, or a goat thief. The lines between healing and hocus pocus were refreshingly blurry. You may have also been taught to speak your dream aloud upon waking, quickly, before it faded, and ideally to someone trustworthy. Dreams left unspoken were thought to fester or return. The ones you didn't share, those were the ones that crept into your next sleep, whispering through the cracks like fog through shutters. Of course, it wasn't all mystery and metaphor. Sometimes you just had strange dreams because your bedding smelled like mildew and your head was full of farm chores. You once dreamed that the barley spoke to you in Latin. You don't know Latin. Your wife said, that's because the barley is smarter than you. Now here's where things get weirder. Theologians like Augustine and Aquinas wrote entire treatises trying to distinguish dreams from demonic illusions. If you dreamed of flying, was that a vision from God or a temptation sent to make you prideful? What if you dreamed of dancing, of laughing, of kissing someone who wasn't your spouse, but suspiciously resembled the miller's wife? Dreams blurred the lines between body and soul. And during the quiet, lonely interval between first and second sleep, they were considered especially potent. Some folk customs even treated this period as soul-loose time, a liminal state when your spirit wandered just far enough to hear things it shouldn't. You might wake up with strange thoughts, new ideas, or a compulsion to go pet the sheep. Historians still debate how seriously people took these dream visions. Some argue that rural folk saw them as harmless sleep static. Others suggest a robust culture of dream interpretation rituals, passed down like bedtime stories with a hint of holy dread. What's clear is that the two-sleep pattern allowed dreams to breathe. That hour or two between rests, it gave you a chance to reflect, to remember, to name and frame your night mind. You finish your crust of bread, scratching your temple where your hair has begun its slow retreat. The dream lingers a bit. Something about a fish in a crown? You shrug, glance toward the corner where the cat is trying to steal a bean, and wonder, was it just nonsense? Or is Kingfish real and planning his return? Either way, the second sleep is over, and the dreaming hour has passed. You pull on your boots, still damp from yesterday. There's barley to check, a fence to fix, and a conversation with that mule who never listens. But tonight, when the first sleep ends, and the dark settles around you like a shawl, you'll listen for the dreams again, just in case they have something important to say. You step outside into the dew-soaked morning, boots squishing faintly with every step. The air smells like wet wood smoke and sheep, and if that isn't a medieval cologne, it should be. You stretch your back, creaking like the old barn door, and begin your mental list. Feed the hens, mend the fence, try not to fall into the latrine again. But as you move through the ritual of the morning, you still feel the lingering rhythm of the night behind you. That pulse, that soft rise and fall between sleeps. And it's not just habit, it's divine timing. Because in your world, sleep isn't merely a biological function. It's spiritually structured. Every hour, every pause, every waking moment has been touched, if not outright dictated, by religion. In medieval Christendom, and particularly among monastic communities, sleep was viewed as both a gift and a danger. A gift because it offered the body rest, and the soul a chance to receive dreams, revelations, or saintly visits. A danger, because sleep, especially excessive or indulgent sleep, could invite sloth, one of the seven deadlies. And let's face it, snoring through sunrise when there's hay to thresh doesn't exactly scream holy. The church, never one to skip a good timetable, developed a canonical hours system, a divine calendar within each day. You may not be a monk, but you're certainly aware of it. Bells ringing out from the monastery remind everyone when to pray, eat, work, or pause. This is where segmented sleep fits neatly into the holy schedule. Matins, the first prayer service of the day, took place deep in the night, often around midnight or shortly after. Monks would wake from their first sleep, chant psalms by candlelight, then return to bed for second sleep. Even layfolk, like you, were expected to recognize these rhythms, if not participate. The night wasn't an empty void. It was divided into holy spaces. During your wakeful interval, you might whisper a quiet prayer. Maybe you reach for your worn copy of the Lord's Prayer, scrawled on parchment you traded 3 eggs for. Maybe you just sit with your thoughts, turning them over like coals. The idea was not simply to rest, but to consecrate rest, to treat sleep not as escape, but as part of the spiritual cycle. Even dreaming could be framed as a kind of prayer, a time when God might reach you more clearly than when your brain is distracted by chickens and turnip rows. Historians still debate how much of this rhythm trickled down from monastic elites to everyday peasants. Did the village carpenter really rise at midnight to chant psalms? Probably not. But he may well have stirred in the dark, mumbled a few lines, and then returned to his blanket feeling aligned, right with the world. And in other parts of medieval Europe, Byzantine regions, Orthodox monasteries, North African Christian enclaves, similar sleep and prayer cycles existed, often tied to local customs and sunrise patterns. Sleep was shaped by both God and geography. Interestingly, religious calendars also influenced when you were allowed to sleep. On certain feast days, you might rise earlier. During Lent, you may sleep less, eat less, and pray more. And if a baby was born during that sacred middle night gap between sleeps, well, some said the child would grow up with special gifts, or at the very least, have unnervingly vivid dreams. There's even a whisper among midwives that children conceived during this time, when both partners were rested from first sleep, but not yet crushed by second, were luckier, healthier, more spiritually attuned, no pressure, of course. And then there's the night demons. Yes, demons. You knew we'd get there. You see, spiritual authorities also warned about what lurked in the sleeping hours, the incubi and succubi, who would creep into beds to tempt the unwary. Nightmares weren't just indigestion. They were moral threats. To sleep too long, too deep, without waking, that left your soul unattended. You needed to stir, to break the night, to remember that God was watching, even at 1:43 when you were trying to fish a flea out of your armpit. So, by following the two-sleep pattern, you weren't just managing your rest. You were living in tune with divine design. It made sleep feel purposeful, even sacred. It wasn't about maximizing hours. It was about aligning with the invisible clock, the one that ticked to psalms, moonlight, and the soft rustle of straw. You don't have a Fitbit. You have the book of hours. You don't track REM cycles. You track penitence and poultry. And tonight, as you curl up again, first sleep waiting behind your heavy lids, you know that somewhere, someone is lighting a candle, murmuring a hymn, stepping into the inky quiet between rests with reverence. And maybe, just maybe, that someone is you. Second sleep melts into morning like butter on warm bread. But what about the hours before that, when you're still caught between the shadows of first sleep and the fog of second? Not everyone in your village gets to experience that pause in the same way you do. Snuggle between a wheezing spouse and a judgmental chicken. Some people have a job to do. Someone, somewhere in your hamlet, is assigned the weary and thankless role of night watcher. He doesn't wear a uniform. He has no badge. And he's definitely not getting paid in anything glamorous. Maybe a few boiled turnips and a nod of respect. But his role is essential. To stay awake during that middle sliver of the night when most people are in between dreams. When fires die down and when the village is at its most vulnerable. Sometimes he's the oldest man in the village, too arthritic for farming, but still spry enough to totter around and scowl at the darkness. Sometimes it's the young apprentice no one fully trusts with livestock yet. And sometimes, most often, really, it's just whoever happens to be up, trudging past cottages, checking for smoke, sniffing for damp, and occasionally shooing a fox away from the henhouse with a hiss that says, "Not tonight, Satan." Tonight, that person is you. Maybe you couldn't sleep. Maybe your second sleep is running late. Maybe the pig is doing that unsettling thing again where it snores in Latin. So, you pull on a cloak, push the creaky door open, and step into the stillest part of the night. This is your village as no one else sees it. The stars are high, and the moon throws everything into a kind of sleepy grayscale. The well glimmers. The frost crunches beneath your boots. Someone left a cartwheel leaning against the chapel. It casts a long, circular shadow that reminds you of the stories about wandering spirits trapped in loops. You try not to think about it. You walk quietly, passing houses where the windows are shuttered and the thatch bows low. The animals are quiet. Even the dogs have given up barking. Somewhere, a baby hiccups in its sleep. You feel more like a ghost than a guard. But this moment has value. A lone watcher, during the in-between hours, was a common figure in many medieval communities. Not quite a soldier, not quite a monk. Just someone who bridged the gap. Sometimes that was for practical reasons, fire prevention, thief deterrence, or keeping an eye out for wandering cattle. But other times, it had a spiritual air to it. Some villagers believed that evil spirits passed through town precisely between first and second sleep. That a set of eyes, any eyes, could ward them off. So by walking, muttering prayers, and maybe swinging a lantern if you were feeling dramatic, the night watcher became a kind of moving talisman. Historians still argue whether the role of night watcher was officially assigned or more of a shared custom. In towns, there might be an actual rotation. In villages like yours, it's more instinctual. Someone wakes, someone watches, and then someone sleeps again, content that the night is still held in human hands. And of course, there's gossip. Being awake when others sleep means you see things. The apprentice sneaking home from old Marta's cottage, the strange pattern of hoof prints near the church, That eerie candle glow in the window of a house that's supposed to be empty. You store these observations. You'll share them tomorrow, casually, while chopping onions, or not. Maybe you'll just tuck them away, like secrets kept in a patchy wool pocket. Some nights, you whisper to yourself. You hum a lullaby from childhood. You talk to the moon like it owes you rent. One night, you even wrote a poem in your head about a chicken who regretted everything. You never shared it, but it was good. The kind of poem that comes only to those who stand watch while others dream. Eventually, your legs grow heavy. Your nose is red from cold. You give one last glance across the fields, now coated in a soft layer of mist, and you turn back toward home. The house greets you with quiet warmth. The pig hasn't moved. The bed looks like heaven. You crawl back in, careful not to wake anyone, and your body sighs as if it had been holding its breath since the stars came out. Second sleep wraps around you, heavier now, like wool soaked in rain. Your brain slows. Your heartbeat sinks. You fall, not like a stone, but like a leaf. And though no one will say it tomorrow, everyone slept better, knowing someone was up. Someone had an eye on the dark. You don't hear her move, but she's already up. Before second sleep is even finished pressing your limbs into the mattress like a gentle bread maker, your wife has risen, silent as a cat in wool socks. She pads across the floor, careful not to wake the children or step on that one loose floorboard that squeaks like a guilty conscience. Welcome to the secret world of women who rise at midnight. This little-known slice of medieval life is easy to miss if you're, well, sleeping. But in the soft pause between first and second sleep, many women, especially in peasant households, took back a sliver of time for themselves. Time when the house was quiet. The chores weren't screaming. The babies were snoring. And the men weren't asking where their other sock went. What did they do? They spun wool. Mostly. Spinning was an unending task, the kind that could chew up whole days and still demand more. But doing it during the night hours, when no one else needed the hearth or the table space, was a clever reclaiming of rhythm. The fire glowed just enough to see the spindle. The hands knew what to do. Your wife might hum as she spins, or she might whisper prayers. Not the fancy liturgical kind, but quick, domestic blessings for the child's cough to pass, for the chickens to lay, for that one goat to stop headbutting the fence like it's trying to tunnel to hell. Sometimes she might speak to the dead, quietly, into the flames. Just a word to her grandmother, maybe, or to a sister buried last winter, asking for a dream. This isn't witchcraft. This is just how memory is folded into time. Soft, nightly folds, like tucking corners of a blanket. But let's be honest, some nights it was witchcraft. Well, folk practices, at least. Historians still argue whether the women who rose between sleeps were viewed with suspicion or reverence. Some communities saw them as wise. Others whispered, after all, midnight spinning was a classic trait of cunning women, those who knew too much about herbs, childbirth, and the kinds of knots that could curse your crops. If your neighbor rose nightly and your cow suddenly stopped giving milk, you might raise an eyebrow, but more often than not, it wasn't spells being cast. It was just breathing space, a time to be alone, to think. to sort through thoughts like stones in a riverbed. Maybe she's thinking of next week's barley baking. Maybe she's just savoring the quiet. There's also whispering. Yes, whispering. The kind of low-voiced conversations shared with other women during these in-between hours. If you've ever wondered how gossip traveled so fast without phones or parchment, it's because of midnight visits and window murmurs. One woman wakes, remembers the strange thing her neighbor said about Father Gerald's hairpiece, and suddenly she's pulling on a shawl and making her way through the dark to knock softly on a friend's shutter. If the friend is also up, spinning, mending, praying, they might let her in, share a cup of something warm, trade stories, laugh so quietly it barely ripples the air. Then sure, an hour later, they return to bed, their second sleeps flavored with shared secrets. Sometimes these quiet hours became spaces of plotting, not revolutions. No, but domestic strategy. Which cousin should marry which blacksmith's son? Who needs help with the birth next door? Should we ask Marta about her miraculous chicken broth that fixed that toddler's rash? You, of course, are asleep during all this. You'll wake in the morning, and your wife will already be dressing the children. The hearth will be lit, and the spun yarn from the night before will be neatly looped and stacked. As if conjured by fairies, you'll grunt your thanks, unaware that during your second sleep, half a world happened around you. There's a tenderness to it, this quiet labor, this invisible management of life's small fires. While the world rests, she holds it. And when she finally returns to bed, just as the first hints of dawn are warming the edge of the sky, her body slides in beside yours. You murmur something incoherent, a blend of appreciation and confusion, and she hums a reply that means, sleep. I've got it. The children stir. The pig snuffles. The rooster tightens its vocal cords. Second sleep ends. And with it, the brief, beautiful reign of the midnight women, gone before you even knew they were there. You wake to the soft thud of hooves, not far, maybe 5 feet from your head. Something exhales loudly. You blink at the ceiling, which still leaks in the left corner, and exhale back. Good morning to your livestock roommate. Welcome to one of the more charming, or possibly horrifying, realities of medieval peasant life. You don't sleep near your animals. You sleep with them. Now, before you wrinkle your modern nose too hard, remember that, in a world without central heating, the difference between a cozy winter night and a toe-numbing frost coma might be approximately 1.5 goats. You share your small, one-room dwelling with your family, sure, but also with a rotating cast of cows, pigs, chickens, sheep, and maybe a suspiciously aloof cat. The setup varies. Sometimes the animals are on a slightly lower floor, what scholars call a byre dwelling, where their body heat rises to warm your sleeping space above. But often, they're right there with you, snoring in the straw, farting like gods, and occasionally stepping on your only spoon. This does things to your sleep pattern. Take the cow. She shifts in the night, hooves clunking against wooden planks. It's a familiar noise now, like your own personal lullaby. But when she's calving, you're waking up, mid-first sleep, rubbing your eyes, cursing gently under your breath, helping out. Then you try to fall back asleep, knowing there's a literal placenta in your firewood pile. The chickens? Delightful companions, until they start clucking wildly because something, a rat, a fox, a ghost with poultry trauma, has disturbed them. The interruption might come just as you're re entering second sleep. Congratulations, you're now wide awake, fuming silently in the dark, clutching a pillow that smells faintly of sheep. Historians still debate the psychological effects of this interspecies bunking. Some argue that peasants were so accustomed to the presence of animals that it didn't disrupt their rest. It defined it. Others suggest it created constant, low-level anxiety. Not because animals are inherently bad roommates, but because you never quite fully disengage from the day. Even in your sleep, you're aware, listening for a cough from the piglet, a rustle from the hens, the sheep kicking the wall in protest of her terrible dreams. You're never entirely off duty. Of course, there's also the smell. Animals are fragrant. Your olfactory landscape includes straw, dung, body heat, and the particular musk of a content cow. If you're lucky, your nose adjusts. If not, well, too bad. There's no lavender pillow spray coming to the rescue. And that goose on the windowsill? She smells like damp socks and mild vengeance. But weirdly, there's comfort in it. These aren't just roommates. They're livelihood. The cow is milk. The pig is next winter's bacon. The chickens are eggs. You don't have wealth. You have wool with a pulse. Their presence, noisy and pungent as it may be, means life. And so you cradle your sleep around their rustlings like a melody around a beat. There are even folk sayings about it. He who sleeps far from the goat wakes up cold. A quiet pig is the devil in disguise. If the hen clucks twice between sleeps, plant your barley late. Are any of these real? Scholars aren't sure. But you, in your nightly commune with creatures, swear by them. It's not all chaos. Sometimes the goat sleeps through the night. Sometimes the cow breathes slow and steady, and it sounds like waves on the shore. You're used to her rhythm. In some strange way, it syncs with yours. Her breathing becomes your metronome. Your sleep finds its second cadence under her watchful nostrils. And then, of course, there's the midnight drama. One night, the chickens are missing. Panic. You stumble into the dark in bare feet, stubbing your toe on a stool. Outside, a fox blinks at you and trots off with smug poultry breath. You count your losses, cry exactly once, swear revenge, go back to bed, try, somehow, to return to second sleep with one fewer hen and a bruised pride. Another night. The pig sneezes so loudly you leap up, convinced the devil himself is tap dancing in your root cellar. But for the most part, your nights pass in the symphony of shared life. Creaking beams, animal sighs, a sheep softly chewing in her sleep. This strange orchestra plays you in and out of your dreams. And in the morning, when you wake with straw in your hair and a goose staring directly into your soul, you'll rub your eyes and say, well, at least I got my 2 sleeps in. Because in the end, it's not about silence. It's about rhythm. And here, in your shared world of breath and hay and twitchy hooves, that rhythm holds. You're nodding off again. This time, not in your straw tick bed, but in the middle of a field, kneeling next to a bundle of half-threshed barley. The sun's too hot. The ground's too dry. Your hands are blistered, and your brain is listing gently to one side like a haystack in high wind. So you do the only logical thing. You take a nap. It's short, scrappy, improvised. Your hat over your eyes, your arms crossed on your knees, your body curled up like a comma at the end of a long, dusty sentence. This is not luxury rest. This is exhaustion's truce. In the world of segmented sleep, the nap is an underrated supporting actor. Most people think of first and second sleep as the main story, and they are. But for a medieval peasant like you, up before dawn, working until night, frequently woken by poultry or pig, and coping with firewood shortages, daytime naps are your silent saviors. You nap often. Sometimes it's on purpose. Sometimes it's not. You might nod off during prayer, during spinning, during a pause in digging, where the shovel doubles as a crutch, and no one judges you. In fact, most folks are doing it too. This isn't laziness. It's just body maintenance in a world that runs on uneven rhythms. Historians still argue about how widespread structured napping was, especially among laborers. Did everyone sneak in a quick doze? Or was it reserved for those who could afford to pause? In rural life, where the sun dictates pace and your back dictates limits, the answer leans toward yes, they napped whenever they could. Even the church didn't frown on it much. Monks were notorious for micro-napping in their stalls, upright, mid-prayer. Some had headrests carved into the wood just for that purpose. And let's be real. If monks can catch a holy power nap between Vespers and Compline, so can you. Right next to your hoe and your dignity. Here's how a typical peasant nap unfolds. You sit under a tree. Any tree. You lean against it. The bark is hard. Your hat smells like goats. Your knees complain. But the breeze is just strong enough to whisper through the leaves. And the sun dapples your face. And you close your eyes. And wake up 27 minutes later to find the chicken has laid an egg in your shoe. You may not remember the nap. You may not even admit it happened, but it counts. And in a life where night sleep is segmented and often disturbed, these pocket naps are what help you keep functioning. They are, in a way, the third sleep, a daytime echo of the night's rhythm, tucked into a warm afternoon lull. Even elite folks partook. Nobles had siestas in shaded gardens. Clerks rested at desks that conveniently tilted forward, in case they accidentally slumped. There are records of kings excusing themselves from court to sit quietly and reflect, which is royal code for drool discreetly into a cushion. You've probably done your fair share of nodding off mid-task, while turning butter, while stirring soup, while weaving, the most impressive of all, spindle sleeping. Women learn to spin yarn while half dreaming, fingers moving automatically, eyes barely open. It wasn't always efficient, but it was something. You dream weird during these naps. Nothing coherent. Just flashes. Your neighbor's turnip doing a jig. The ox quoting scripture. Your wife wearing a crown made of bees. No one ever remembers full stories from nap dreams. Just fragments, like leaves blown past an open door. But sometimes, just sometimes, you wake up with clarity, a name, a number, a solution to a barn problem you've ignored for a week. The kind of half-wisdom that feels like a message from God or the goat, depending on your theology. Naps are also communal. It's not uncommon for multiple field hands to collapse under the same tree. Legs sprawled, hats tipped forward, hands still covered in dirt. There's no shame, only understanding. You worked, you slept, you'll work again. You don't nap because you're lazy. You nap because segmented night sleep leaves pockets of tiredness in strange places, and the body knows when to plug them. A short nap in the shade is worth hours in the wrong bed. And second sleep will come tonight anyway, so there's no need to be heroic about it. Eventually, you stretch, yawn, brush the grass off your tunic, find that egg in your shoe. You mutter something about omelets and shuffle back to your scythe. The nap is over. The work continues. And your mind, somehow, feels just a little clearer. Tonight, you'll fall asleep quickly. But for now, the sun is high, the barley is waiting, and your shadow is shorter than it was when you nodded off. One nap down, 1,000 to go. It's evening now. The sky glows orange, like the fire just before it collapses into embers. You've made it through another day, without falling face first into a bucket of pig slop. Congratulations. Your body hums with the kind of fatigue that turns your arms into ropes and your legs into wood. But tonight's different. Because it's a feast day, which means, for once, you might not collapse into your tick-stuffed mattress the moment the sun dips below the tree line. You might even stay awake past first sleep, or skip it altogether. Feast days in medieval Europe, especially in Catholic regions, were sacred, social, and sometimes just the excuse everyone needed to pause the survival loop. And they weren't rare. Between saint days, holy days, and harvest celebrations, the average peasant might have upwards of 60 to 80 feast days a year. That's over 2 months of sanctioned not working, depending, of course, on how loosely you define not working. Feast days were special, not just for food and song, but because they disrupted the usual rhythm of sleep. You might go to evening mass, linger around the fire pit, or join neighbors for a communal meal. A stew thick enough to stand a spoon in, with maybe even a rare sweet cake if someone's been hoarding honey. Children tumble in the mud, drunk on whatever it is children drink. Pure chaos, probably. Elders sit back with cider, voices low, eyes watching. And then comes the singing, soft at first, then louder. Not hymns tonight, though those too may come, but village songs, ribald or romantic, or somewhere in between. Songs about saints who got into trouble. Songs about cows that could talk. Songs that repeat endlessly until no one can remember how they began. On nights like these, segmented sleep unravels a little. You don't go to bed right after dark. You wait. You linger. You make space for community in the dark. Some families sleep in shifts. Some nod off by the fire and then rise again when the last flute squeaks. Others stretch first sleep shorter than usual, skipping the middle interval and plunging straight into second sleep from a cider-fueled haze. And a few bold souls push all the way through until dawn, dancing and laughing with the reckless energy of people who'll very much regret this at dawn. You try to keep things balanced. You sneak away after the third song, promising to return. But let's be honest, you're not coming back. Your bed is calling. But as you lie down, the feast mood lingers. The fire is still glowing. Someone outside is telling a joke you can't hear the end of. Laughter rises, like smoke through the rafters. Historians still debate the effect feast nights had on peasant sleep schedules. Some suggest that the constant disruption may have caused cumulative fatigue. Others believe these social deviations were the only thing that kept people sane, allowing them to break the monotony of segmented rest with bursts of music, storytelling, and cider-fueled bonding. And yes, sometimes, firelight parties led to firelight babies. Conception rates had a mysterious bump 9 months after certain festivals. And scholars gently suggest that the combination of honey cakes, night air, and low lighting made a compelling case for romance. There were even superstitions around feast day dreams. Fall asleep during the last hour of Michaelmas, expect a message from an angel, or a warning from a departed cow, depending on who you ask. Folk wisdom warned not to sleep with your feet pointing west on a feast night. Why? No one remembers. But everyone agrees. Just don't. There's also the cultural exchange that happens in these gatherings. Traveling peddlers, minstrels, and even minor clerics might join the festivities, bringing tales from distant towns, and with them, new sleep habits, odd lullabies, strange herbal teas said to induce better dreaming. Tonight, someone shares a story about a village where people only sleep once a night, straight through, like logs. Everyone laughs. What kind of barbaric schedule is that? Eventually, the music softens, the fire dwindles, the guests drift home, clumsy and smiling. Second sleep approaches like a gentle tide. You don't fight it. You curl up, full of stew, music, and a dozen phrases you'll forget by morning. Your limbs sink into the straw. You hear a distant snore. Maybe it's your cousin. Maybe it's the goat. Doesn't matter. Everything is right. Sleep returns, not as a duty, but a gift. Feast days come and go, but their afterglow lingers in the night's rhythm, just enough to remind you that sleep isn't always about routine. Sometimes it's about letting the laughter settle first. The sun sets earlier now. You notice it first when your shadow vanishes halfway through cleaning the tools. And again, when the pig begins whining before supper, like it's personally offended by the equinox. Winter is creeping in, slow and damp, with cold fingers and long nights. And you, like every other peasant in your soggy little corner of the world, are preparing not just your hearth and your food stores, but your sleep. Because as the world turns darker and the days shrink like wool left in hot water, something curious happens. You start slipping more naturally, more willingly, into that ancient rhythm again. First sleep, wake, second sleep. The body knows. It's like some instinct buried under layers of blistered skin and root vegetable soup rises up and whispers, "Hey, remember how we used to do this?" And you do. In the summer months, sleep was choppier, less formal. Nights were short. Sometimes you barely got to second sleep before the rooster started showing off. But now, as winter deepens, darkness stretches her limbs across 15, 16 hours. There's simply more night to go around. And what do you do with it? You break it in two. Some historians believe that the entire custom of segmented sleep emerged because of these seasonal light patterns. That in the dead of winter, when candles were expensive and the fields too frozen to work, people naturally dozed off early, awoke sometime around midnight, and went back to bed after tending the fire, saying a prayer, or staring blankly into the cold. Others argue that the rhythm existed year-round, merely more pronounced in winter. The debate continues. What isn't debated is that winter sleep was longer, not necessarily better, but longer. In fact, in the far northern regions, Scandinavia, parts of Scotland, anywhere kissed too frequently by clouds and snow, there are accounts of people sleeping in 3 or 4 chunks, often broken up by small meals or chats, not quite insomnia, not quite strategy, just adaptation. In your village, the adjustment is less dramatic, but still deeply felt. You go to bed before supper sometimes, then wake for a bite, or you share a story after first sleep, huddled around the hearth with your children, while your breath mists in the air. The pig is sleeping too. She's twitching. Must be dreaming of turnips. Blankets multiply. Not because you've purchased more. No, you're still quite poor. But because the entire family now sleeps closer. Heat pooling together. Ankles tangled. Everyone breathing in rhythm. Like a chorus of very tired, very congested monks. You start to feel like your sleep is built around the cold. You wake to check the fire. You wake because your feet have gone numb. You wake because someone is coughing, or the ice in the bucket just cracked ominously. But you also wake because your body just does. It knows it's time. Time for that in-between moment. The sacred pause. Sometimes you rise and go outside. You don't know why. Maybe to look at the stars. Maybe to make sure the shed door hasn't blown open again. You wrap your cloak around you, shiver once, and look up. The moon is a knife. The frost is thick on the thatch. Inside, the silence stretches. The only sounds are the faint groan of the rafters and the hiss of embers. No roosters crowing yet. No bells from the chapel. Just this breathless, bitter space where the night holds you gently hostage. This is the time of winter tales, legends passed around in the between hours about forest spirits that visit during second sleep, or the girl who never woke from her first and now whispers through frozen windows. You tell yourself these are silly, but you also pull the blanket tighter. You think of your ancestors who slept like this too, who passed the rhythm down not in words, but in habit. You wonder if your children will follow it, or if they'll someday live in a world too bright, too loud, too scheduled for sleep that breathes. Not tonight, though. Tonight, you feel the old rhythm return, settling in your bones like marrow. First sleep comes early, second sleep stretches long, and between them, a pause wide enough to think, to feel, to simply be. You light a sliver of tallow candle, just for a moment, enough to see your breath, enough to whisper thanks, and then you blow it out. Second sleep awaits. It happens slowly, like a pot boiling while you're outside chasing a runaway goat. You don't notice the rhythm unraveling at first. First sleep is still there. Second sleep hangs on. But the middle part, the soft, sacred pause between the two, starts shrinking, then skipping, then vanishing altogether. You don't know it yet, but you're witnessing the death of segmented sleep. The culprit isn't one thing. It's a conspiracy of clocks, coffee, and capitalism. Let's start with the cities. In your village, time is still measured by bells, rooster crows, and the general judgmental tone of a sunrise. But over in the growing towns, London, Bruges, Paris, mechanical clocks are starting to appear. Huge, Clunky things with iron gears and bells loud enough to startle a mule. Town squares ring with hourly chimes. Monasteries start running tighter prayer schedules. Markets open earlier. Curfews are enforced by bells, not by the stars. The bell becomes boss. With that comes artificial timekeeping. And with that comes pressure. Pressure to wake up at a proper time, to work longer hours, to sleep efficiently. Suddenly, rising naturally in the middle of the night isn't quaint. It's inefficient. It's disruptive. It's seen as a sign that something's wrong with you, not right. Historians still debate whether the transition from segmented to consolidated sleep was deliberate or incidental. Did people want longer, unbroken sleep? Or did the new demands of urban life push them into it? Likely both. But the shift becomes more pronounced with every tick of the city clock. And then, around the 17th century, coffee. The arrival of coffee and tea into Europe, via trade with the Islamic world in Asia, changes everything. Now, instead of winding down after supper, people wind up. Salons and coffee houses pop up in London and Paris, staying open into the night. The idea of doing things after dark, reading, writing, talking, plotting revolutions, becomes fashionable. Even ordinary folk feel the ripple. Coffee filters down, slowly. Maybe your grandson tries it one day and suddenly decides second sleep is overrated. Maybe your neighbor gets a job at a candle maker's stall and now needs to sleep all in one block to keep up. And speaking of candles, lighting gets cheaper. Tallow, oil lamps, and eventually gaslight allow people to illuminate their evenings, sometimes to absurd degrees. Wealthier homes begin lighting parlors after supper, reading by firelight, even playing music. There's suddenly a social incentive to be awake when your great-grandfather would have been snoring into a sack of straw. In wealthier towns, segmented sleep starts to look old-fashioned, peasant behavior. People try to sleep through the night, like the Romans, some say. Though evidence suggests even they weren't immune to nighttime waking. Doctors begin prescribing 8 hours of unbroken sleep as the ideal. The very idea of waking in the night becomes medicalized. It's no longer normal. It's insomnia, something to be treated, not embraced. And yet, your body doesn't forget. Even as time marches on and cities hum into the night, there are whispers, journals, letters, folk wisdom that speak of the night waking, that moment when the soul stirs gently, not in distress, but in ritual. The space where thoughts come easier, where prayers feel closer, where the dark has room to speak. Some resist. Rural communities hold on to the pattern longer. Some still do, to this day. But the rhythm begins to fade. First sleep stretches. The wakeful interval becomes fuzzier. And second sleep, once the velvet cap to a well-structured night, becomes absorbed, forgotten, like a bridge torn down and paved over. You may not know it yet, lying in your bed, with your feet warmed by the firestone. But this ancient pattern, this nightly dance of doze, wake, and dream, is slipping into history, and in its place, a new rhythm forms, louder, brighter, faster, one that leaves less room for stillness, one that doesn't ask when your body wants to rest, but when the bell says so. But tonight you still have your pause. You wake briefly, hear the goat sneeze, feel your wife's knee jab yours, smile at the familiarity of it all. Soon enough, the new world will come. But for now, you're still part of the old one. It's just past midnight, and across the stone courtyard of a modest priory, a quill scratches. Not a loud scratch, just a gentle, rhythmic glide, like a beetle moving across parchment. Somewhere, a candle flickers. Somewhere else, a monk sneezes and mutters a sorry prayer. And in a cold little cell, lit only by beeswax and insomnia, a scholar in a thin woolen robe keeps writing. Welcome to the rarely glamorous, mildly frostbitten world of the midnight intellects. Those curious creatures who didn't merely endure segmented sleep. They thrived in its middle. While peasants spent their between sleep hours spinning, tending animals, or silently cursing pigs, scholars, monks, philosophers, poets, often worked. Why? Because it was quiet. Because it was the only time no one was knocking on their study door with soup, scandal, or a question about Latin conjugation. And, of course, because their ink wouldn't freeze solid in daylight. The irony. Picture this. You, wrapped in a threadbare cloak, feet tucked onto a stool, shivering slightly as you squint at your illuminated manuscript. Your breath fogs in the air. There's a half-eaten lump of rye on the shelf. You've just awakened from first sleep, and rather than returning to bed, you dip your quill and dive into a page of theological riddles that make absolutely no sense to you or to God. This wasn't unusual. In fact, many of the greatest minds of the medieval world, Bede, Hildegard of Bingen, even the chronically fussy Thomas Aquinas, made good use of the quiet middle. Not just because it was productive, but because it felt closer to the divine. Historians still debate whether these between-sleep study sessions were out of pure inspiration or a desperate act of scheduling. Many monks had demanding routines, 7 or 8 canonical prayer breaks, communal chores, and the ever-looming duty of copying texts that would put a caffeinated owl to sleep. So it made sense to seize the one sliver of time when no one expected anything from you. Even non-monastic intellectuals got in on it. Wealthy scribes, alchemists, and astronomers often described their best insights coming in the middle of the night, not during the hustle of market hours or supper chit-chat. Letters from the 14th and 15th centuries refer to these moments as the vigil of thought, or the angel's hour. Romantic? Perhaps, but also very, very cold. Candlelight was precious. Wax was rationed. So writing during this time often meant keeping one's notes short, compact, and full of abbreviations that later scholars would curse with great passion. There are entire treatises with sentences like, "He whom knoweth, knoweth, for null, amen." No one knows what it means. Possibly not even the author. Still, something about the mental quiet of the second sleep's prelude gave rise to ideas that would echo through centuries. A monk might translate Greek philosophy. A nun might compose music. A bored clerk might invent a way to balance village debts that involves geese and eternal sin. And they weren't alone. Mice scurried nearby. The wind tapped on shutters like a forgotten friend. The rest of the house, or abbey, lay sleeping, wrapped in second dreams. And in the candlelit bubble of silence, the mind wandered further than it could in daylight. One Italian scholar wrote that his thoughts came most gently while the moon hung high, and that he could walk with the dead in books only during that narrow band between sleeps. Another English monk, Brother Aldwin, complained bitterly in his margin notes that At no hour is the ink more sluggish, nor my nose more drippy. Scholars have not found a rebuttal. Interestingly, some believe that this midnight burst of cognitive activity wasn't just habit or theology. It was biological. Studies of modern volunteers placed in total darkness with no access to clocks or artificial light showed that many fell into a two-sleep pattern. And in the waking gap between them, they became thoughtful, reflective, even a little poetic. It's as if the brain, given quiet, did what brains are best at, wandering without direction. But all things change. As time passed and clocks demanded continuity, the idea of thinking at midnight became quaint. In the Enlightenment, sleep was for recharging, not for epiphanies. The age of reason didn't leave much room for the age of sighing in your bathrobe and arguing with parchment. Still, those scholars left us something, a sense that the night, divided and dim, was a canvas, not just for dreams, but for ideas that only surfaced when the world was finally, blissfully, quiet. So tonight, when your second sleep feels slow in coming, don't curse the waking. Maybe your best thoughts are waiting. Maybe your own angel's hour has arrived. Maybe you're just one candle away from brilliance. You wake with your face pressed to velvet, not scratchy homespun, not your usual hay crunch pillow, but soft, embroidered, possibly perfumed velvet, which means one thing: you're not a peasant anymore. You've ascended or been reincarnated. Either way, tonight you're among the nobility, those lucky few who, in the medieval world, owned both tapestries and enough free time to complain about boredom. But here's the funny part. Despite the down-stuffed pillows and heavy curtains, they couldn't sleep through the night either. Turns out, even if you're rich enough to bathe once a week and own a comb made of ivory, you're still prey to the rhythms of the body. Segmented sleep doesn't care about status. So here you are, lying in your four-poster bed, staring at the shadowy rafters of your bedchamber, wide awake during what should be your sacred second sleep. What now? If you're anything like your fellow upper-class insomniacs, you've got options. Some nobles spent this in-between time doing what nobles do best, feeling dramatically unfulfilled. You might pace the tiled floor, hands clasped behind your back, composing letters you'll never send. You might ring a bell for your servant, not for anything useful, just to ask if it's raining. Spoiler, it always is. You might brood. That's popular. Think dark thoughts about your cousin, or that tapestry you regret buying, or how God feels about your recent tendency to cheat at backgammon. Or maybe you do something more productive, like the 14th century baron who kept a book of night writings where he jotted ideas that came to him after midnight. Mostly dull poems and complaints about gout, but still. Or the noblewomen who used this time to embroider tiny prayers into fabric, stitches between sleeps, prayers folded into linen. One duchess in Burgundy was rumored to compose recipes during the night, including a stew that involved dried pears and a terrifying amount of cloves. The kitchen staff, it's said, refused to make it after a third scullion passed out. And then, there's romance. You didn't think we'd forget the soft footsteps in the corridor, the cloaks half-fastened, the midnight whispers between chambers. Second sleep was prime time for clandestine visits, especially in castles with too many staircases and too few locks. If your lady's chamber was 3 turns from the library and you happen to be praying nearby. Who's to judge? Historians still argue whether noble insomniacs were genuinely restless or just bored. After all, without the constant grind of fieldwork, you had more time to notice the dark, more time to feel existential, more time to read bad poetry aloud to your dog. Some nobles turned to spiritual comfort. They'd rise and pray, pacing in slippers so ornate they squeaked with every step. Others would visit the chapel, where a sleepy priest mumbled matins and tried not to sneeze on the altar. You imagine yourself now, sitting by a high stained glass window, holding a candle and thinking thoughts that feel important, but probably aren't. What is the meaning of loyalty? Why do pears smell like that? Should you apologize to the goose you yelled at yesterday? Eventually, your eyes grow heavy again. The walls are thick, the fire is dying down, and second sleep lures you back, not like a wave, but like a silk ribbon curling through your thoughts. You climb back into bed, stretch under the covers, and sigh. And while you drift off, just know you're not alone. Across castles, manor houses, even chateaux, other lords and ladies are doing the same. Writing letters, rearranging pillows, listening to the soft crackle of the hearth, and wondering if the world will be more sensible come sunrise. It won't. But for now, let them have their moment. These nobles may never lift a hoe or share a bed with a goat, but they too wake at midnight, caught in the same ancient rhythm, sleepless, thoughtful, human, just like you. Let's step outside Europe for a while, shake the straw from our hair, brush the soot off our tunics, and look beyond the thatched roofs and Benedictine bells. Because while the medieval West may have given us the term segmented sleep, the pattern itself is far from unique. Across continents and centuries, in regions untouched by French abbots or Saxon pigs, people have been breaking up their sleep in rhythms shaped by climate, culture, spirits, and soup. Let's begin in West Africa, where in many traditional societies, the night has long been considered a time for storytelling, quiet industry, and subtle social rituals. Among the Yoruba, for example, nightfall was marked by communal gatherings under the stars, where elders told stories until families retired, only to wake again in the deep night to tend fires, feed animals, or discuss dreams. Anthropologists in parts of Mali and Ghana recorded people referring to two separate phases of night rest. The first to fall the body, and the second to lift the mind. And in between, a space for tending infants, stoking coals, whispering prayers to ancestors. A rhythm that looks a lot like our beloved medieval European pause. Historians still debate whether this two-part structure was widespread or tied specifically to certain regions. But it appears that where evenings were long and artificially lit, hours few. Bodies naturally shifted into segmented rest, not as a disorder, but as a dialogue with darkness. Cross the seas to Japan, where Edo period, 1600s, 1800s, diaries speak of Ushimitsu Doki, the hour of the ox, between 2 and 4 a.m. It was believed to be when supernatural beings roamed, and yes, when insomniacs or light sleepers might rise, sip tea, and compose poetry about fish having existential crises. Even samurai, famed for their steel-faced stoicism, kept night vigil habits, rising between sleeps to meditate or check on the state of their gardens. Because nothing says inner peace like checking a bonsai at 3 a.m. Meanwhile, In rural China, households followed a practice called duijiao, essentially rotating watchful sleep among family members during long winter nights. One person kept the fire alive and the animals calm, while the rest slept in shifts, often waking naturally for an hour or two before dawn to pray or prepare food. The first and second sleep weren't named as such, but their patterns aligned. Indigenous peoples in the Americas offer another glimpse into polyphasic sleep patterns. Among some Maya communities, ethnographers documented night rituals involving divided rest, especially during rainy seasons when work stopped early and sleep expanded. The night would be broken by dream sharing, a kind of communal therapy where everyone shared their visions and discussed what the gods might be suggesting. Was that snake really your uncle? Possibly. And then there's Polynesia, where oral history traditions relied on night hours for transmission. Elders, unable to sleep through the heat or humidity, used the quietest hours, between midnight and early dawn, to train younger storytellers. First sleep happened early, followed by a slow wakefulness filled with chants and legends, and then a return to slumber before the sea winds stirred. So what's going on here? All around the world, across vastly different cultures and climates, we see evidence of humans sleeping in segments, not out of dysfunction, not due to insomnia, but because it worked, because the night is long, because firelight only stretches so far, because in the quiet middle, something sacred whispers. You sit now by your imagined fire, stirring tea leaves in a clay bowl you've never seen before, in a land you've never visited, and yet you feel something familiar, the weight of sleep behind you, the pull of sleep ahead, and this breathless, beautiful pause in between, across oceans, across languages and faiths and fabrics. People have shared this rhythm, a global sigh between sleeps, a universal blink in the great eyelid of night. Your ancestors didn't invent this. Your body remembered it. So, you've heard the theories, the stories, the goat-adjacent dreams. You've wandered through monastic courtyards and clucked gently at midnight poultry. You've watched nobles fret, scholars scribble, and your wife spin yarn with the knowing intensity of someone who controls the household economy with a spindle and eyebrow raises. And now, modern soul, you sit in your electric-lit apartment, sipping herbal tea from a mug that says Nap Queen, wondering, could you still do it? Could your body, your wired, Wi-Fi saturated, notification clogged body, return to the rhythm of two sleeps? Well, people have tried. In the early 1990s, sleep researcher Roger Ekirch, the same scholar who unearthed so many of the medieval references we've meandered through tonight, decided to test this curiosity. What happens if you take modern humans, strip away artificial light, and just let their sleep schedule unfold? The results? Within a few weeks, nearly every participant shifted from a standard 7 to 9 hour block to, segmented sleep. They would fall asleep shortly after sundown, wake naturally around midnight for 1 or 2 hours, and then sleep again until morning. No prompting, no rules, just biology remembering. Other studies since have replicated this phenomenon, though usually in very controlled settings, dark rooms, minimal stimulation, and tragically no access to late-night lasagna. These studies show that, under natural conditions, the human brain still leans toward bifurcation. First sleep, wakeful gap, second sleep, like we never left the cottage. Historians and sleep experts continue to debate whether this return is truly natural or whether it's simply one possible mode among many. After all, some cultures have always preferred midday naps or pre-dawn starts. Some people need consolidated sleep due to modern jobs or circadian quirks. There's no perfect sleep recipe, but the idea that your body already knows how to sleep in segments, that's hard to shake. You might have already felt it. Those nights when you wake at 2:30 a.m. Not panicked, not distressed, just awake. For no reason. You lie there, not quite ready to scroll, not quite ready to return to sleep. Your thoughts feel slow, but deep. The room is quiet. There's a stillness you didn't expect. That, my dear listener, is your body whispering in medieval. We're often taught that waking in the night is a flaw, something to medicate, fix, or hack. But what if it's just a visit from the old rhythm? A muscle memory of centuries spent waking gently in the dark, tending the fire, murmuring a prayer, maybe checking if the chickens are plotting revolution again. Some modern sleep advocates are beginning to suggest that instead of fighting this wakeful period, we lean into it, embrace the hour between, not to scroll, not to stress, but to breathe, think, write, pray. Gaze at the ceiling like it's a cathedral. Imagine setting aside a small light, a blanket, a notebook, letting yourself wake gently, then drift back down. Without guilt or glow screens, a tiny rebellion against the cult of sleep efficiency. Now, does this mean you should go full medieval, keep livestock in your bedroom, and burn tallow candles while muttering in Latin? Only if you're feeling very committed. But a few gentle changes, less blue light, earlier bedtimes in winter, shorter evenings filled with storytelling, might invite that ancient rhythm back. Not as a burden, not as a regression, but as a reconnection with the way sleep used to be. Flexible, responsive, and honestly, kind of poetic. You don't need to fix your sleep. Maybe you just need to remember it. So tonight, if you wake in the dark and find your eyes open, don't reach for your phone just yet. Sit up. Listen. There's a silence waiting there, like an old friend. And second sleep? It'll wait. The fire has gone out. Not all at once, of course. It faded gently, like an old friend slipping out of a conversation so quietly you didn't even notice the goodbye. Only now do you feel the cold creeping up from the floor, brushing your ankles, reminding you that dawn is almost here. You don't need a rooster. Your bones already know. Your body, stretched and softened by 2 gentle sleeps, begins its slow return to wakefulness. You blink once, then twice, taking in the familiar geometry of your ceiling beams. You hear the murmur of someone stirring nearby. Your wife, maybe, or the pig, or that one chicken who never quite figured out how to sleep silently. Outside, the sky is bruising from black to blue, and with it, the spell begins to break. You've walked through every corner of this forgotten rhythm now, lived in it, breathed its strange logic. It's funny how something that seems so foreign at first, this idea of sleeping in 2 parts, ends up feeling almost obvious, natural, like your body was never designed for the modern demand of fall asleep now, stay unconscious for 8 hours, and wake feeling radiant. Segmented sleep was never about perfection. It was about presence, about letting sleep unfold like a story in two acts, with a quiet intermission where the world whispered, where thoughts wandered, where hands spun wool or scribbled poems or stirred a pot over glowing coals, where pigs snorted softly and dreams slipped in sideways. You remember now how the middle, that curious wakeful hour, was never dead space. It was time for prayer, for mischief, for love, for grief, for checking the fire and talking to the stars. The kind of time that doesn't exist anymore. Not in our brightly lit world, unless we choose to make it. Historians still argue whether segmented sleep is better than our modern habits, whether it's healthier or more efficient or just romanticized hay-scented nostalgia. But maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe the point isn't which sleep is best. Maybe it's which sleep lets you rest. And the people of the past, they knew how to rest in pieces, not broken, but divided, on purpose, with softness. So as you rise, slowly, joints popping like old floorboards, the memories of your first and second sleep fading like dreams, you carry something new with you, or maybe old, ancient, even, a knowing. That rest doesn't have to be rigid, that your night doesn't need to be efficient, that somewhere in the silence between dusk and dawn, you are allowed, designed, even, to pause. You splash cold water on your face. You greet the morning with a grunt, and just before the day fully begins, you glance over your shoulder at the bed, where first and second sleep held you gently all night. Not perfectly, but enough. And now, as your own eyelids begin to droop, let's soften everything. The fire is low, the tools are resting, and the rooster, mercifully, is silent, just for now. You've wandered through a different rhythm of time, one that moves slower, breathes deeper, and leaves room for things to unfold. Not everything has to happen in a rush. Not every night needs to be uninterrupted. Sometimes, the best rest is a little messy, a little patchy, like a blanket made of old memories. Let your body relax now. Feel your shoulders sink, like stones settling into a stream bed. Feel the weight of the blankets, whether they're real or imagined. Let them hold you. Let the breath deepen. Let the noise of the world soften into a gentle hum. Maybe, when you sleep tonight, you'll wake in the middle, just a little. And instead of reaching for distraction or wondering what's wrong, you'll remember, this is normal. This is ancient. This is a gift. You are allowed to rest in two parts. You are allowed to be awake in the middle of the night. You are allowed to listen to the quiet. The fire inside you never goes out completely. It just glows, low and steady, waiting for you to breathe again. So, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let your thoughts drift like smoke through the rafters. Sleep is not a race. It's a rhythm. And you are already in it. Good night.